Hello, welcome to the second stream of the day. We are moving on to Stationeers finally, and properly. Yeah, good. Wonderful. Give me a quick sec. Alright, all that is set up. Open up this game. Open up good old Steam. Let's switch over. Not there, but here and there. Gotta try to remember those. Oh. Let me go through here so we can. Yeah, this one's to the right place. Lovely. Making noise. I did change that, right? Yeah, OBS is lying to me again, as it usually does. There we go. Just making sure we get it all nice and correct, and we have. You know, let's do it. Turn off this one. Now then, switch on over. My giant game music playlist with. Hey then, Balin. Now seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. Over there on the YouTube side. Got today's game done. Switch over the category. Now stationeering time. Now external pressure at 88 is a-okay. Yeah, remember, last time we got here and we finished our bread, I think. Yeah. Let's start by making a bread. Carb down got me up. It's too early for me at the moment. Happens sometimes. I got up at like 6:30 today. Wasn't the dog, just bit of a stomach ache. Alright. Finished the bread. A quick drinky, and our hygiene is at acceptable 149. Might get some more oxygen. See how it all works out. Darn! Yeah, I was supposed to assume as you were saying there, Balin. Right. Okay, so I got these going. I don't need you. I think we have more than enough of those. You know what I could do? Do you have any? You have 235 iron in, yeah. So how about you do some hydroponic trays? But just let you go a while to make 23 of them. Honestly, I'm okay with this. Are you an empty box? You are an empty box. Perfect. You'll survive. Whomp. The greenhouse will eventually need to be fully painted and everything. Oh man, so cool. Depressurize effectively, and repressurizing is surprisingly fast, thanks to the fact that there's a lot of pressure outside of this thing. So that's neat. And no swoosh happened. Heck nay. Don't forget my challenge I said on Twitch, and I've not tried it myself either. Yes, Balin, I do remember. It was a very cool idea, and I'm excited to see how it all works out, but all in due time. So before I lose myself in another project, I feel like it might be a good idea to, you know, first get the Larre to at least kind of work. So right now, I have a suspicion of what the problem might be. And that is that the code runs too fast when it's going through these, because I'm like just looping through that with like yields. So by the time it goes down to pick stuff up, and then it should be trying to activate itself again, instead it goes through that loop and takes the next step, which is to just keep on moving forward. So I'm gonna turn you off. And because this thing is now mature, so that thing can be harvested. When you get there next time, that thing will harvest that guy. We need to add a copy of the gas mixing law to this thing, which means we need to have two. But no, we don't, see, because we get the temperature information from these tanks. Heckin' perfect. So we can use that information to use the gas mixing law here to get these in a perfect ratio of actually 50-50, independent of temperatures. Then we'll need to have a cooling system, so we'll have to pump in a little bit of outside air to be connected to. It might be best to just connect it to this entire shenanigan. You might as well just deal with yourself. It's fine. Yeah, so that one will have a good cooling system, because I don't think I'll be needing much of a heating system. But we might want to add some heating just in case. I would love to be able to use the excess heat from there, but at the same time, might be a little silly. We'll figure that out when we get there. Oh yeah, and the aforementioned challenge that Balin mentioned is that we talked about. It'll be interesting if we can do a continuous loop between the H2 combustor, which combusts with oxygen, and the hydrogen. Sorry. Use the volatiles to make water, so steam and pollutants. And then we loop that back into an electrolyzer, which electrolyzes water back into oxygen and volatiles. Now the fun thing is that should also make already a perfect fuel mixture. So the question is, can we turn that into a infinite loop that while it's cooling down the steam to water, we can link it to Stirling engines? Would that effectively be would it be power positive? And fuel would there be like no loss? It'll be interesting to find out. Sorry about that. Okay, so and these are no longer too hot, so they're doing better. Now we gotta open up our code. Click on the edits. Pause it. Yeah, we were looking at this to figure out the lights. So we do library, greenhouse, atmo, hydrolary. Into your computer, yes. Sorry about that. So, export chute, import chute. Yeah, we're not dealing with those yet. I mean, the export should have happened, but it didn't. It's also fun. So let's look at here, because let's walk through the code. So loop happens. It keeps on looping. If less than 0 for current pulse, which means it is actually moving, then just keep on looping in the loop. If it's arrived somewhere, then if it's less than 3, keep on moving. Don't stop here. And did you see the 3 big changes coming? Oh, no, I didn't, Balin. I'm very bad at staying up to date with news. Probably should. So then we load into temporary from hydrolary 255 the occupied status of plant beneath. If unoccupied, request seed plant into tray, but we don't really have that. I guess we could do a branch relative equal 0. And jump 2 lines, because the next one will be activating Larre, which was this. So skip over that one if it's equals 0. Not equal 0. There we go. If there is something inside, we skip the active. There we go. New DM, gas, powered like the centrifuge. Think it's faster. 2 jetpack max HT based off of dirt and structure, not just dirt. Ooh. Deep miner gas powered like centrifuge. Wow. And that sounds pretty cool. So then we save the hydrolary here 1. Otherwise we load into temporary hydrolary 255 mature state, and if it not equals 0, which means it is mature in temporary, jump to harvest. If not, add target pulse, current pulse 1, save hydrolary settings, target pulse, jump to loop, back to start the loop. Okay, then we're going into harvest. The hopper state, hydrolary 1, occupied. Hopper state equals 0. To take harvest action. Their tanks will no longer be a device. They will act the same as any other pipe/inline tank. Okay, so you can connect pump and regs directly to them. Okay, well that'll be very handy, Balin. Yeah, that'll be lovely. Now, if it equals 0, if hopper state is empty, we jump into here, save hydrolary 1, load into this, the hydrolary 255 its occupied state. If not equal 0, take harvest action. Wait. not equal 0. We keep on looping through here. If it does equal 0, we jump here and we go back to whoever threw us into the harvest loop. No data ports? Ooh. That'll add an interesting whole thing with the whole tanks. I mean, I guess they still have the same pressure as the pipes around them, so... Yeah, right, yeah. So we'll have to measure the pressure from the tank. Yeah, I mean the pipe. That sounds pretty cool, Balin. Any idea when that's sort of scheduled to happen? Okay. So the tank will be oversized pipe now. Yeah. Not a clue. Yeah. Hope they get some... I guess I should check to get some warning, because that means a lot of my code will no longer work, because it is measuring this shit from the tank, like the temperature and pressure or so on. So now we'll have the pipe analyzer on the pipe system itself, rather. And hello there, Napsor. 10 stream streak. Wow. Nice. Oh, wow. Just checking in before dwarf time to keep me streak, and here we go. It's true. Next, I'm loading many things like the values straight from the tank, and if the tanks will no longer work as they do currently, then I'll add pipe analyzers, and then it'll just work the same. We'll just change those where we're reading it. If there are tank already in world, they will stay as is. Oh, okay. And thank you, Balin. So temporarily there'll be 2 types of tanks, but you can only build one, which is the new one. Old ones will remain as a legacy thing until eventually they'll probably get deleted as well. That's handy. So they won't suddenly in the middle of all stop working, but so you'll get a grace period to replace all your stuff. Kinda. Sounds like an interesting changes though. So the jetpack's maximum thrust will be based off of dirt and structures, not just dirt. Oh right, so how high you can go, I'm assuming. So the max thrust on a jetpack has to do with how much shit's beneath you, I think. I don't know how that works. Once the tank is deconstructed and reconstructed, it'll be the new one. Yeah, Balin. Yeah, that's what I sort of assumed. Because that would be the sensible way to go, because, yeah, if you just replace everything as is in people's saves, a lot of bases will just straight up fucking explode. So they'll have 2 types. One is the legacy type that exists there, so that, you don't break existing systems people have built, because that'll piss off everyone. But whenever you build a tank, it'll only be the new one. Sensible way to do it, in my opinion. So if we look at this logic here, so now how do Larre 1 occupy? If it okay, I think I have this one wrong, right? We'll double check by looking at the hydroponics. Well, the tray doesn't have the info, so we go one from here to one. Look at the device, because this one has the. I mean, technically the tray has the same these information. It does, but it doesn't have the logic ones. Now we're looking at the slots, right? Slot logic exists. Is it occupied? Percent 0 when it's not occupied, 1 when it is. So we harvest, we check, is there anything inside? No. We check if there's anything inside the hand. Inside the rear container, right. Inside 1. Yeah, hopper slot is index 1. If there's something inside the hopper slots, then we check target plant hydro Larre. we check, yeah, the hash of the occupant. Temporary hole looks at what is inside our hand. If not equal, jump into empty Larry. Yeah, they're not equal. We don't give a shit what's happening. We just jump into empty Larry. Then we should jump to check full. I don't know if we ever did. So if just don't delete current tanks. Well, yeah, that's very true, Balin. I'll try to have my current tanks as far as possible, but I think I would rather then slowly but surely try to migrate everything I build into the new system. Like whenever I have a tank that is empty, I'll remove it, put in the new one, and just put a pipe analyzer on the pipe network. Just because if this is going to be the new system, I want to start using the new system as soon as possible. But I do know I have some tanks which will not be empty for quite a while, if ever. So they'll just have to live with it. Or I just add... Frankly, no, I'll just add pipe analyzers to all the networks and do all the shifts, and we'll just pretend that the tanks don't have a power outlet or the logic outlet, and everything will be fine. I just realized, a really easy way to prevent pipe burst from a liquid. Add on a small tank. I guess, yeah, that would make sense, because the small tank doesn't seem to care as much about the liquid existing there, and they add the total volume of the pipe network by so much, so even small amounts of liquid won't really be a problem, because it looks at the relative amount of liquid in the entire pipe system, if I remember correctly. Because I noticed that when I was pumping out pumping a vacuum into the greenhouse. At first I had a single piece of pipe, and that kept on almost exploding. I added 3 bits of pipe, and suddenly yeah, small amounts of liquid, not a problem. Yeah. It'll add 6,000 liters volume. Yeah, instantly. Exactly. Yeah. So that is an interesting idea to then have, because yeah, you can do the same thing by just throwing in some inline pipes. But if you want mega security, or you're using the pipe in a way where you are trying to make things condense in the pipe, then the extra volume from the tank would be helpful, because you have some more space to move, rather than having to make things get removed instantly. That is a very, very neat idea. We'll have to try that out, because we didn't have to. So, because if we make the hydrocombustor, electrolyzer, Stirling engine 3-way system, which is on the to-do list now, I'll have to probably add a tank in the sort of looping system to just have, like you explain there, Balin, a sort of safety system for it, because things will be turning into liquid in the pipes. So if you have a big old tank there, we don't have to worry about the pressure quite as much. Oh wait, no, but we do want the pressure to get relatively high. So we'll still want to have one part of the system have a tank, but not the other. So the input side will be separated from the output side by one-way valve. Then the tank is on the output side, so where things can liquefy there, and it'll be fine. And then the input side can remain at high pressure. Yeah, works for me. That loop, you wouldn't want the pipe volume low. Yeah. That is true. Now look at here though. So we have the harvest loop keep on doing itself. Now check full here. Upper state. If equals 0. Maximum quantity. Temporary and hopper states are the same. Go to empty Larry, which we didn't, and we shouldn't. So the hopper Larry, hopper state, hopper Larry 1. Pressure and gas on the liquid side force all the steam into water. Yeah. That is true. Now let's consider just using the external atmosphere. Just pumping oxygen. It'll be fine. Now I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering if I should add a check so that if we look at the Larre, because it has the logic for idle. There's one if the device is currently idle, otherwise 0. Where if it's not, so we do a load temporary Larre idle and branch equal 0 if temporary equals 0. So it is not idle. Branch back to harvest. So then when it's idle one more again, then we actually do the checks. I think that might help, because I feel like it sort of skipped over one entire activate loop here. And for your Larre code, if you get stuck, the devs made a world saying the Larre code made by them. Well, thank you. I don't feel like I'm that stuck. I have some ideas about what might be happening here, and I like the puzzle. I like trying to solve this one. Like here as well, so you could do the same one here. Inside take harvest action. Actually makes more sense here, because if we enter this one, then we check what are we all doing. And harvest action is the actual loop, and I think I looped over this one while we were the arm was doing the thing. We'll do so. What if we take the harvest action? We check, are we idle? If we're not idle, we do a -1. So relative equals 0. Now temporary equals 0, which it should be. It returns 1 if the device is currently idle, otherwise 0. Because it's doing something. We go back to check. We load. So this one keeps on looping. In fact, go back to and add a yield. Then jump into yield, load, check. Then when it is actually idle, we do this one. We do the activate. We check, is it occupied? If it's still occupied, jump back here. Maybe this should be happening after the activation. That would make more sense, I think. So we take the harvest action, we harvest. And then we wait till we're probably done with harvesting. Then we check, is it occupied? If it's still occupied, we jump back here, we do another one, we enter a loop. And then we check again, is it occupied? And it's no longer occupied. Then do another activate to hopefully replant, which is what it should be doing. Yeah. Then jump back to return address, which is wherever we entered harvest from. Oh. We do confirm. Alright, now that should probably start like immediately harvesting, yeah? And then one more. Alright. Will it happen again? It's taking replanting. Fuck yeah. I got it to work. Nice. Oh. I was worried like I'm gonna have to add some like stack logic, but I was trying to like figure out how much does it need to be aware. There's a lot of people writing code where, you know, you're saving all this information so you can like make comparisons against this or that, but I like dumb logic where it doesn't care. It only reacts to what is happening right now, rather than storing anything in a long-term memory. So now I also want to add a logic for planting stuff inside empty. Oh, I guess I did. I was thinking like, didn't I do that just now, or was I just thinking about it? Nope. Now, of course, I need to make it have a check for does it have anything in its arm. So currently, we're running on the assumption it'll have something in there. If it doesn't, I guess it'll just like fondle an empty tray. So if it detects an empty tray beneath it, it'll do one activate. We could do a check. Do you have anything in your arm? If not, don't do it. Heck, and yes. Alright. Hacking shit works, which means we go to library, add a Larre, right into it. So that part of the code now works. We can only assume so when do we check full? We check if it's occupied. Upper state, hard ladder 1 occupied. If our hopper is not occupied, we do that. If our hopper has anything in it, so we have filled an entire stack, then we target plant, hard Larre, occupant hash, temporary hard Larre, occupant hash. Look what's in our arm, in our hand, and we look what are we working with. And if target plans and temporary not equal, then we empty the Larre. Because whatever we have in our hand is not the same as this one, and there's something in the hopper, so empty the entire Larre. Otherwise, we check, are we full? And if this one does, we don't need to deal with that one, then we do this loop for as long as we can. So that is a possible breaking point. Check full, where we load the occupied state of the hopper itself. If the hopper itself is not occupied, jump back to wherever we got into check full. Okay, it makes sense. Because there's still space in the hopper, we're good to go. Now if we load into our temporary from the hide Larre 0's quantity, and the hopper state the maximum quantity of whatever what do we have in, how much stuff do we have in our hand, what is the maximum quantity, and if they're the same, so we have a maximum quantity, then empty Larre. Okay, where things go to empty Larre. Otherwise we do move previous pause, current pause. We save into previous pause at current position, empty loop, yield, save hide Larre setting, drop off station, load current pause hide Larre position X, branch, less than 0, current pause empty loop. So here we could do similarly. You know what? No, we'll leave that there. It should still work. It'll be fine. Then into temporary, we check out the hide Larre's arm. Is it occupied? Equals 0. There's nothing in the arm. Return. Otherwise, we save and activate. And then we'll sleep 1. But rather than sleep 1, let's go up here. We copy this little loop here. Quite like that one. We do yield, load our idles, check our idle state. And if our idle state equals 1, if we're idle, go back 2 steps to yield and check again. And once we're no longer idle, jump back to the beginning of empty loop. And we do all that. We might want to break this up even further, but for now it should work. So if we load we'll do an empty move loop. Now you're doing an empty move loop. And we call this one the actual empty loop, because we know, look, once we're done with this one, we should be done. We arrive at our destination, then we can go with empty loop. And this way we can essentially activate the empty loop and other places. We jump into return, save, handler setting, previous pause. Loop. What we can do here, if here we go. If current position less than 3, jump to move Larry. Now, if branch equals if current position equals drop-off station empty loop. Now if we're going through here, we can add a move. Not here though. Previous pause. Current pause. Just make sure the return will then bring us back to here. Because if we're entering the previous pause matters if where do we enter the emptying. And if we're coming from here, we go to empty Larry. And here we also do the same one to make sure that where we enter this loop from, so we can return to where that was. We're jumping straight to empty loop rather than the empty move loop because we're already there. Now, will this work? Let's find out. He's got a face full of shit. See what happens when he goes to a drop-off station. Excellent. So, why'd you stop? So, empty loop worked. When he enters here, it knows its current position. We're doing empty loop. Let's load the information occupied. If this equals 0, we jump to return. Idler setting equals previous position. Jump to loop. We're looping into this thing constantly. And we changed the setting. We didn't. Right. Because, yeah, we're not saving a return address, so... AL. Okay. Current position loop keeps on going through here. Current position equals hard level Larre position next move previous position to current position. We go to empty loop. With AL, so we remember what is our current position here. Go to empty loop. LS temporary hard Larre occupied, vehicles here, return. What is happening is we're not going here. So we do go into return. We'll save hard Larre settings previous position. J loop. Right, I thought we were doing a JRA. Okay, so what if we come in from here? Then the RA would be here. No, the empty Larre should, and then check full. Brings us back here, okay. The empty Larre should always bring us here. You know what? We don't really care about the previous position now, do we? Once we're done with these. Now we jump to move Larre. Because if we jump in the loop here, current position, hard Larre position X, previous position into current position. Less than zero loop. Well, I feel like there's some nonsense happening there. But it's nonsense that kind of works, because it'll then just push it forward away from there once it's done. And obviously then I can just loop through everything again. You know, maybe the JRA would be a good one, because what if we're calling it to empty itself while it's in the middle of harvesting? Like, when we check it's full. Yeah, but if a JRA brings us here, and then the RA he would just bring us here again. And then we got a heckin' loop. Yet. Oh well. As long as it just kinda works. We got this shit kinda working. Freaking amazing. Now we just need shoot import bin. Yeah, number 2 and number 2 and number 2. Trade may travel / wait loop. I mean, kind of. Just trying to make sure like it's a stupid loop that just reacts to things properly. But currently we just move Larre, it'll be fine. Because then it'll eventually... Well, this'll force it back to moving. This one might do something. So what do we change? What do we move this one for here or something? Ah! This feels less than perfect, but it works. And right now, that's all I need. And it just kind of work. Now, when do I check if our import bin has anything in it? We could do it as a part of this loop. So it'll always react to it. We could also have it as part of the empty Larre. I do believe we have already the Larre export. LS temporary layer 0 occupied. If nothing in your hand, jump to return. If there is, activate yield. Wait until we're no longer idling. Jump back to empty loop and check. And in fact, here in between, we do save. Larre export. I believe it's open. 0. Powered shoots. Type input. So I was thinking like, well, we'll put a logic where to check like if it has any, if input yes, then do the thing. And a leave for you your active thing is purely that. We do and I remove that one from there, and I will in fact add it to our simple logic loop where we load into temporary ls 0 occupied B are not equal 0, and if temporary, change that, BQ equals 0. There's nothing inside. Jump forth 2 lines. Otherwise, save Larre export open to 0. Done. Heckin' shit worked. So now, right. Clickety clackety on the edity. Library. Save it in the hide Larre. Nice. So I'm going to run on back. But it's okay. Let's have a quick little snacky break for a friendo here. And we're going to see about dismantling our refrigerated vending machine. Good morning there, Ball and Chain. Hope you're doing well. Now, seeing you around, friendo. Now, you've made a whole bunch of these. Excellent. Ah, wondrous. There we go. Now looks like we're safe and sound, and might as well go and look at dealing with our oxygen tank quickly. There we go. You guys are all A-okay. Right, key for this guy. I don't have any... No. I'm glad I made a whole bunch of seeds because I don't kind of like forgot to deal with the whole foods. They've all rotten away. Oh, it's actually empty now. Nice. My collection of rot. Let's take out the magical contents of our magical pockets. kind of feel like making an entire new backpack. Just for all of these seedy things. And I wouldn't happen to have what I need here. Backbook now. Hard to. Nope. No can do. There we go. Then it is, hopefully. There we go. Nice and easy. Some heavily decaying hay in there as well. There we go. There we go. I'll leave it here to continue decaying. Bum. We'll deal with all that decay eventually. Wait, I'm gonna want the normal vending machine as well now, won't I? Because it's a decent way to contain multiple things. Now, a vending machine is made inside the electronics printer. Let's hope we can make a few. They're doing well so far. Nasty ice storm in our area, but power still on so far. Ooh, glad to hear it, my friend. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's kind of cold, but not too bad around here. Surprisingly warm, considering I live in Finland, but I'm on the southern coast, so. And I've been thinking about getting this game because I've lurked and watched you play it. The reviews are interesting because people make it sound very complicated. I'm not sure if you played Satisfactory. Yes, I have, but wondering how it compares. It's a different kind of complication. Satisfactory, like Factorio, it's very like clear if this then that, and you have infinite resources. It's more forgiving in that way. This one combines that sort of logic, but with a survival crafter's ease of death. Like, I have very much and very easily, ended up killing myself in this game, and currently it might look like I can just run around and do whatever I want, but mostly that's because I've learned from those fatal mistakes. Surprisingly warm for a Finn is like minus 40 Celsius, I bet. Well, I might know. Surprisingly warm is like between minus 10 and 0 Celsius. Because it's been around 0 as well, but we're finally getting into like proper cold now. But I would prefer, my preferred winter temperature is between minus 10 and minus 20. Because then it's like cold enough to be dry. Because I don't like to do the snow work. So if it's cold enough to be properly dry, there'll be less snow coming down. And when it's closer to 0, things will have a habit of sometimes melting a little and then refreezing. So then you have a lot of ice you have to deal with. So I'd prefer a nice dry cold. You know what that'll have to do? But yeah, like I was saying, Satisfactory is very forgiving in that way, but the way I play it is a sort of self-imposed permadeath, because the game does not force you to die. So, and this one then how you have to deal with, all the interesting things like, pressure, atmospherics, doing your own wiring. So it has a lot more granularity to it. But in the sense of you have to then try to figure out how to automate everything, yeah. Very fun. Like in Satisfactory, yeah, you're not going to be writing any code. And in this one, technically, you don't have to, because you can do a lot of stuff with these components. And these will be enough to run, say, those Harveys and so on. Absolutely fine. This one, though, will most likely always require you to write some code. Unless you have individual blocks for every single one of these, which you could. And I know the difference between this game and Satisfactory/Factorio is that Satisfactory is all about input, throughput, numbers. Stationeers is all about the controlling the air. Well, I would agree with Balin there, yeah. It is the granularity is very different because it's a different kind of game in that way. One of them is, like he says very well on the YouTube side here, that it's about input, throughput, and numbers and resource management in that way. And building these sort of increasingly convoluted machines for an ever-flowing flood of resources. And this one is more for the granular thing of containing your air, making sure the temperature is right, how to react to changes in temperature, in pressure, in composition, and so on and so forth. How do you get more water? Can you recycle the system? Because if you just dump all your waste, you're going to lose a lot of resources and have to do a lot of work. So you have to think about stuff like recycling and so on. Thanks so much for the answer. Helps a lot. Hey, no worries, Bollington. So yeah, I'm having a ton of fun. You could very much have fun also. Like the early game was a lot of fun with having to deal with the risk of explosion and facing all that stress. But then, from those tests you learn. And like, okay, we don't do this because that'll make things go boom. Or then this is how you properly build an airlock. So it is very sort of cool and an interesting like educational process as well. It has been throughout all of this. And then when you get to the right point, then it starts becoming a question also of, making aesthetic choices like, do I want to, what kind of lighting systems do I want to use? Where do I put my cables? So it has more of a touch of the vintage, let's say like, Vintage Story, another game I enjoy, where you build your house out of blocks and you try to choose how everything goes and, looks nice and fits for how you want to play, and you play a game and live the life in the game. I'd say this one has the touch of that because you then end up designing your own base and thinking about what do I need for this, what do I need for that, how do I want this to look. So you do have the sort of interior decorator base building vibes to this as well, which you don't really have not at all in Factorio. I guess you could do is you can go for some cosmetics there, but not that much. Satisfactory allows you for doing more like interesting decorative elements, but not quite as much as then this one, where you can have purely decorative systems that you just run manually and it'll be fine. You can absolutely have a surviving dude here. Again, because this one doesn't really have an end goal. It has a sandbox and you decide what you want to do here. For me, currently, it is just exploring the game. What can I do with this? What does this mechanism or game mechanic allow me to do or interact with? Like, I know there's rockets, I really want to play with those, but I'm like forcefully holding myself back because I know then I wouldn't spend quite as much time exploring other mechanics. Like, I try to spend way too much time with trying to get the Harvey to work in an interesting way and never really got around to it. I might have to do it at some point just to, get those ideas out of my head. But I was delaying dealing with the Larre because I knew that I have enough coding experience. I can make Larre work. Larre is not the problem. And I just found that, really cool and interesting. Oh, and Balin pointing out, also in Stationeers, I don't know, Factorio, it can become where you can't recover unless you use dev commands. Even on easy. You can? Balin. Oh. I never knew that. How would that happen? The resource nodes are infinite, and you can always just go like manually gather shit, and you're good to go. And then you build everything. Unless you somehow like destroy the original, because there's one manufacturing building you need. if you lose your auto lathe kind of thing. Oh, sorry. Beep boop. I misunderstood. Yes. For some reason, I read that satisfactory. Yeah. Stationeers, yes, you can absolutely completely fuck up because you do need an auto lathe to be able to make another auto lathe. So if you don't have that one machine you get in the beginning, you completely lose that, well, you're fucked. That's it. Dead run kind of thing. Unless, yeah, like you said, you use dev commands. But if you lost that one, you're most likely very early in your game, and I would just recommend starting a new one. And Ball and Chain asking, I should know this, but is it multiplayer? Yes, Ball and Chain. You can absolutely do a multiplayer server, have people come in and hang out. Like in the apartment building that I built upstairs, I built a sleeper. Now, we can use this to save essentially a character. This is necessary if you're running a multiplayer server on account of time doesn't actually stop. So your character will get hungry, they'll need air, they'll get thirsty, and all of that. So it's actually an extra and interesting new sort of challenge mechanic in that you just have, essentially you just have to make sure that wherever your character is, they have access to a breathable atmosphere, and that is linked to the sleeper. Now this is a vertical, I built this one, but there's different versions of this one in the kit here. You have, lying down. There's a droid version, which is because you're playing with a robot, so I guess they'll just get constant charge, essentially plugging themselves in. And that way you can save your character, because they're sort of hibernating. So it is a very cool system in that way. Because your character doesn't disappear when you log out, they're still in here. Now, of course, if they die, well, you'll just respawn in with a new character, and then you can try to find out what happened here. Did stuff explode while I was away? So that's fun. Yeah, but I'm playing single player. And Balins, and I hear if you loot your auto lathe, power gen arc, furnace, and battery. Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning, things can get really bad. I never really considered that, but yeah. You can fuck up your beginning. But okay, these guys are working out. Now, we need... Hey, is this a stack of 8 wheat? Oh, okay, so while I was mucking about, he farmed some more. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna throw it in here. Throw it in there for now. So now, we want to figure out where... do we have storage? Now the idea was for this half to possibly be reconditioned, rebuilt to be composting area. So we'll build a wall here to insulate it from these guys. Suck in a vacuum pretty much. Or then we dig in a little further that way and we put it in there. But the idea is it's on this side. So for seed storage, or most importantly, plant storage. I mean, we could have it up here, to be honest. Nah. Let's have a look-see here. We have... There's our normal vending machine. Here's our refrigerated one, which is funnily in a little over OP in my opinion, in an odd way. So gotta have it here, but we would want it to be... It needs its own APC, so it needs to be some space enough for that. So it'll be in the middle of this one. Bonk. There you go. Now it is a welder. Hello, Red Fogel. Hope you're doing well. And hello, the Ellipse 0 on the YouTube side. I've seen some late game explosions that were game ending. Ooh. Yeah? I love a game that allows you to fuck up that bad. That's why that is a key element in my own sort of game design philosophy. I want it to be possible for the player to royally fuck up. Now here I'm thinking that if all output is first sent here, Then we can have separate logic that recognizes that, hey, yo, we have a full stack of seeds in here now. Now, then that will be sent out, and then we use logic that recognizes that's what we're doing, and we'll have, digital vents, flippity-floppiting them in different directions, sending seeds over to a second vending machine, which technically I guess might as well be here. But I don't know if that's enough space. And the idea is to then, from that one, be able to feed seeds into this guy. What if I give you 2 blocks of space? I'll leave you there for now. We'll see if you're... how much we'll have to deal. That one needs to be painted. Oh no, this one needs to be painted. Ow. Subbed on this side as well. Thank you, Ball and Chain. I appreciate it. I really do. Those subs really do help, especially on the YouTube side, because apparently I'm getting my watch hours together. We're approaching, a point where I might even get monetized on that side. Now I just need to get those subs up drastically. Been on my to-do list for ages, and I'll get to it eventually. Yeah, it's either like this one, or... you know what? We don't need to worry about it. It'll be fine for now. I'll even... have a quick look-see at the electronic. Ooh, we have 2 APCs. Perfect. That's what I need. Nah, one will do. Alright, that seems... there we go. And purple. When we do thick green. There we go. There we go. Bottom. There we go. No. Oh. Oh. There you go. There we go. Maybe. Let's double check. Electric is empty. Atmospherics. I don't see no seeds. Buildables. And logistics. And logic. Had some things that belong here. There we go. Wonderful. So, seed vendor. I don't know, freaking veggie vendor.
Storm incoming.
Ooh, nice. More power. Now, we apparently don't have any extra batteries on us. See if we can steal one from, say, the angle grinder. Perfect. Or not. How about the hand drill? No? Labeler? You got a normal one. There you go. I don't want to throw a nuclear just yet, at least not on that one. There we go. So now... Huh. Let's see. That one's those guys. This one is mining backpacks. No, logistics. Back on track again. This one has nice bunch of basic chutes. Yeah, we can't go through here because of the cable. So that way, we'll have input, and it's like kinda working. Five, 6, 7. Oh, needs more kit. Right. I'm like, why would the fiber not fit here? That sounds insane. Okay, so now the output is automatically shooted and muted into a friend, the seed collector. The logic that will then sort, will detect, because I do believe we can get all kinds of information from inside there using the chips. Will have a separate like vending machine chip logic where we just look at what's in there. If it is seeds and if it is a full stack, then do a transfer. Because this one has an auto stacker, but I believe your normal vending machine does not. So that's why we can make just maybe use this one to just send full stacks in here, and this one will be just filled with full stacks, and then from here we can request seeds for this system should we want that. We'll figure it out. Or in fact, we can have a logic system also detecting do we have an X amount of seeds within our seed storage of every plant type, and if we don't, then change Larre to not harvest when that's plant when it's mature, but wait for it to seed. And once we have enough seeds in storage, then skip the seed collection. Yeah, so we can make that work. Not now, but we can make it work. All in due time. Gotta slowly but surely work on this shit. And then... yeah, we'll figure out the whole making it big shit up at a later point in time. Because right now... not my... oh, wrong one. Not my main priority. My main priority is, in fact, getting more plants down. Which means we need to figure out a way to get more water into here. And make more rails. I don't know, I just harvest only when seeded. If you have too many seeds, just compost / grind the extras. You said earlier you liked Winter Story. Have you tried Hightail? Not yet. Another budget gamer on the YouTube side. I do have, like, I bought the early access thing. Oh, wrong one. There we go. But I haven't gotten really around to give it a shot yet. Keep on getting distracted by all kinds of other games. It looks very cool and interesting. But I'm kind of not fully... sold just yet. Because I'm such a fan of Vintage Story, and one of the things I really love about it is the whole realistic harvesting of, you know, animals or resources and whatnot. So it seems like, because Hightail is more like you kill the thing, it drops a loot, and it's like, hey, I got the thing, because he just dropped it. Rather than like, oh no, I had to hunt down this animal, now they need to, like, you know, skin it and get the... and do that whole process. It looks super cool though. And the engine looks very interesting from like a deving point of view. So I am looking forward to at some point getting a chance to give it a better go. You know what? I'm gonna just throw these in here as well. It'll be fine. Because we're gonna have to add more stops to make all this work, more row lights. So right now we're just sort of visualizing, I guess. And we're definitely gonna need more. Oh, look at that! I had 4 of them in here as well. There you go. And some seeds. Love Hightail, it's been so fun. Ooh, glad to hear it. Yeah, it's more stuff for core. It is. And it's good to blend between Minecraft and Winter Story. Yeah, it looks very, very, very promising. A lot of, like, you know, streamers I know have been playing it. I've been watching their streams. It looks super cool, super interesting in so many ways. I'll put you there. We do this. Guess you can hang out there for now. I am annoyed at the fact that they keep doing this weird shit. So if I... there you go. Now they're slightly closer to each other. I don't need you. But if we look in here... I have heat exchangers, radiator liquid... gas pipes, gas utility... liquid pipes, liquid utility... okay, so I'm gonna need a... liquid tank, I think. Been playing on a server with multiple friends and we've had a great time. I like it more than Minecraft. Yeah, it makes sense. Minecraft keeps on, like, trying to hide the fact that it is old. It is outdated, technically. Doing an amazing job of it. And Hightail is, of course, effectively what it looks like Minecraft 2.0. It is like, you know, everything Minecraft was, except with more. And in, like, the best of ways, because, you know, it has all the new, you know, better mechanics, better internal logic, more modern coding principles, memory management, all that. So it is, and it's also simply like Minecraft and Winter Story, extremely mod friendly. And even seems to be taking the whole modding of the engine logic to like whole new levels where you can make something that is like completely not a block game, still using the engine essentially, so it is super cool. And far too early for Hightail. Yes, I deleted after 10 minutes also. Realism on a block game, what the fuck? No hypocrisy. Yeah, I mean, but hey, that is, I mean, there's a thing of realism and in like theater of the mind kind of thing. I like the realism of the logic of the game mechanics rather than they're usually they have the game mechanics and they're sort of leaning towards realism and making sort of inward logic sense. Makes more sense to me compared to like realistic graphics. But you know, it's each their own. Everyone has their own preferences. But I like the whole, you know, like internal logic of the game versus graphics. Graphics have never really been the most important thing for me, but then again, maybe it's also an age thing. You know, I grew up on NES and SNES and so on, and I saw, you know, PlayStation 1 graphics that were freaking amazing to me. Still remember them fondly. Yeah, the modding is awesome. Yeah, the bowling chain. It looks very cool. And Amaris on the Twitch here saying it looked to me like the child of Minecraft and Vintage Story. Yeah, it seems like that way. Because I mean there's been a lot of interconnection between the societies of the communities with the developers. And it seems very promising, and they are doing cool stuff. And the enemies are more fun to battle as well. Yeah, Ball and Chain, that's what I've been seeing. Like, it has a very sort of dynamic, interesting take on the whole combat system, and especially with allowing for modding. Because essentially, you could, if I was like, I've been looking at it, and it very much looks like you could pretty much just make 7 Days to Die in Hightail. Like, as is, sort of. So you don't have to have your fantasy melee adventure. You can also make it a gun game. I think someone made like a tower defense, like doing yourself a thing. And also remember with Hightail, it is also a very early access game. It is just they've gotten to the point where, in my opinion, it makes sense. They need to secure funding, get some awareness for the project, and start playtesting it on actual players and people to get more useful feedback. And they seem to be doing pretty well so far. The only like negative feedbacks I've seen about Hightail has been with people who were expecting a finished game rather than a game that was recently saved from essentially the trash heap because the studio that was working on it stopped funding the project, moved on to other projects, and then thanks to other intervention and external funding, they finally bought the rights back. And now they want to keep developing this game that was not finished. And now they want to do it with, and thankfully now they can keep on doing it without like an external management and getting involved because they're no longer owned by a studio, which I believe was Riot. And Neubrook's saying like, hence why Minecraft did so well. Gameplay over graphics. The highest grossing game of all time. Yeah, very true. And even that one was a clone, because everyone was like, oh, hi, it's a Minecraft clone. Like, yeah, well, Minecraft was not the first block game either. You know, it's a clone, I think it was there's like Infinity Block and others from older than that one, which is then Minecraft was based on. You know, there's no original ideas in gaming. Even though that was like what you think is like, oh, this is the classic, this is the original. Most likely it isn't. People have been making games for a long time. I feel a little silly about the fact that I can just leave this thing on. It's already like just producing freaking... How much have you made? 75. Ooh, that's interesting. I thought you all had an auto. You do. Stack size infinite for all I care. Just 100 is the true maximum.
Hydration critical.
Now do... Nice. Oh yes, I'm gonna need a liquid tank because I want this place to have its own separate tank for any other liquid system, which we can then feed into from other liquid systems, including the one outside, most specifically that one. And we might want to have a separate space for crushing water ice. Yeah, in other words, yeah, we need to work on plumbing. Yeah. So critical, much hungry. So sad. So far, our logic here works. Now the idea is to then eventually then figure out a way for have our friend here, request stuff. And then if we know the numbers on the stations, we can then also put these all things out. Put all these stations, and then have if station number is within group from like 0 to 20, then it should be putting down wheat. If that number is between 20 and 40, put down soy. And then similarly for, potato, all the others. Not switchgrass though. Switchgrass is going to get its separate system. Switchgrass could probably get the Harveys, because switchgrass can just switch grass. For all we switchgrass and care. Yeah. Whoop. And I guess we could put in nicer looking walls here as well. And figure out if we want to do extra silly shenanigans with that one. Because I think the 500 liter system should be able to handle the entire airlock. But I'm still paranoid. And because I want it to have a high pressure. And I don't know how to calculate that using in-game logic. Give me that bread. There you go. So now wheat production is back on track, which means we can make a whole bunch of bread. Wow. See here. And Minecraft did so well because it was so easily portable. Not every game is on every device. That is very true as well. Yeah. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of chat, so I'm checking back. Oh, let's go deal with drinking. Deal with our drinking problem first. There you go. One. And to be fair, games are being released way too early these days. Some of them are, but it also depends on studio. I think it's more like because the indie scene has opened up, really now making good use of early access, and it is, when used correctly, a wonderful thing. And a good way of getting both funding for your project, which is always tricky, especially if you're indie and you want to remain indie and not, sell your soul to one of the big studios, which are going to gut your project and, make it have mass appeal, all that. So you need other ways to finance, and also it's a good way and also a perfect way to get, some visibility, and then like I said, player feedback, very important. That's what people have to be open about. I think the bigger problem is that a lot of large studios have been doing early access games, which were actually fully finished games. So they're just riding that early access sort of wave, and then like really distorting people's expectations on what they should be getting with an early access. Because early access should be, this isn't done. This is a half-baked cake. It's not gonna taste good. It might, but we need some feedback on are people allergic to peanuts? Should we put them in? Yes or no? That kind of stuff. That's what early access is meant for. Early access, not, hey, here's the finished game. And Minecraft did so well because it was easily portable. Not every game is on every device. That's also very true. And they literally warned people during purchase it wasn't finished. Yes. Personally, I'm glad they launched it when they did, so they could get the financial backing they needed, and they met their money needs. Yeah, I agree with you, Bowling Chain. They're a good example of how early access should work. It is finished enough to be playable. They can get good feedback from people, and they've already opened up for modding, so they're like building a community around the game, similarly to how Vintage Story works pretty much. And I know I've never been allowed since the dawn of PCs. Militant hate NOH, and Bowling gets abused the fuck out of it. Yeah. Well, that is. I think you have Hytale is getting an odd amount of hate, and it's completely unfair. And sadly, I think it's on account of well, similar to what it's Ashes of Creation, because it is also an early access game. They keep on warning people like, this is our just testing systems. Some of you, this is broken. We know that's the point, but we're building an MMO, so we need a large amount of people to like muck about with it and see how broken is it really. And then people are getting like, "Arr, this shit isn't finished." I'm like, yeah. That they said that. You know, what did you expect? It ain't fucking Warcraft with 20 years of development behind it. You know, and it might not be a good game. That's okay. Not every game has to be amazing or appeal to everyone. You know, games are games. They're attempts. And I was also an OG Minecraft player, and this feels a lot like those days, except I don't need a brand new computer to run the game. Minecraft was so unoptimized, and still somewhat is. Yeah. Microslop. And EA puts the power in the consumer's hands. People don't realize how loud talking with your wallet is. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Early access apps. Yes, that is very true. No, but another budget gamer, and very true. And all I said was, well, it's just a bit too soon. Yeah. Well, no, hypocrisy. I mean, it's the thing of, is it too soon or yes or no? Because one of the things they needed was the financing, and they were very open about it. Because, like I said, they just bought the rights from Riot, and now they want to make this game work. So, but they need money to be able to, pay everyone to work on the game. And, well, now they got it. People are already enjoying it. It's open to modding, and these are the earliest of the early days for the whole project. So far, it works really well. It runs as advertised. The only thing lacking is like some content, but that's like in-game shit for in-game development. First you make a machine that kind of runs and has the mechanics you want. Then you add, the story, the content, and they already have all these elements for it. And people are already making their own games on the platform. So, depending on what you're hoping from it, it might have been too early. But success-wise, it seems like they're doing okay now. I'm really happy for them. The project seems very interesting, and I am eagerly waiting to see where it goes, and I'll be giving it a go myself at some point. But there's a lot of people playing it right now, so if you do want to see people playing Hytale, there's many streamers on Twitch trying it out, all kinds of people coming from different backgrounds, enjoying it for different reasons. I would like to try it out myself, and I would like to mod some stuff in it, because I have some ideas that I want to do, try modding stuff into Vintage Story. But there's some ideas I didn't realize sort of were possible until I saw Hytale, and I realized, wait, I can do some weird shit with this, can I? Eventually, hopefully I will. But, all in due time. Hey there, Kayatoshi. Hope you're doing well. And I also love being part of an early access, but that's because I've done small game dev stuff. Yeah, I can see the vision. Yeah, ball and chain. Hopefully, as most of you hopefully know, I do my own game-to-game dev stuff as well. So in that way, yes, I would gladly support the project, because that's the thing. I'm not buying a finished project when I buy early access. I'm seeing the vision, and I want to support this cause because I want to see this vision come into fruition. All right, I want them to at least try. It might not, it might stumble up at the finish line, and that's just the nature of the game. I still want them to try. Even if they don't, even if it doesn't really work out. Now, let's enjoy some more bread. And another quick sneak drink. Oh yeah. There we go. I love the fact that you can put your freaking uniform on through your spacesuit. Neat. Yeah, good. Wait, that's the one. I was thinking like there's something. There we go. Ooh, and put a battery in our labeler. Bam. And Ball and Chain on the YouTube side saying, I can see it being quite easy to have a messy base in this game. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I started to see, because this is like, I had a small platform. See, these are here because there used to be a wall here. There was a room here. It kind of exploded, but thankfully I wasn't in there. And I had just finished building the new greenhouse. And this was a platform where I built all my devices. The idea is to turn this into a proper manufacturing hall. And I built all of this around this, but this was just, you know, a field. And this was the room this was my entire base, this room, for a while. And then it expanded, and I built more and more, and it expands and it grows. And deal with the production floor, something that is, like I said, it's been on the to-do list for a while. We'll get there eventually, I hope. Now for the plants, yes, water. Yes, that was the thing. We're gonna need multiples, to be honest. So we do tank. We could do one liquid tank. An insulated one would be also pretty neat. I'm gonna need an insulated one for the outside, pretty much. Yeah. So we'll do one of these while we look at our tragic lack of copper. And we get a whole bunch of copper here. Do whom and whom. And throw a whole bunch of copper into here. Now, did I ever make that extra portable gas tank? Let's have a quick look-see in here. No, it's not there at least. I might have made one. So we need more fuel. How hot are you? 860. So if I close off output completely. Suck in some of that. And declare the good enough. And I open you up. There we go. Oh, that would probably help. I wonder, why isn't anything coming in here? Oh, I should probably close you off then. There we go. And one uninsulated one. There we go. And close off the input. And nice little 100 gram bit of copper there. Okay, let's have a look see here. So we have a whole bunch of water being produced out there. And it's being pumped into here. Then we could I can't believe it took me this long to realize how stupid this is. We should have a passive vent. You should just be filtering oxygen from the actual environment, and you having a pure mixture of just these two are just, you know, maintaining the pressure. Cool. Better late than never, I suppose. Alright, so. Now, if we do... Now, a lot of the water situation is being dealt with out there. Huh. Look at him go. Doing his darndest. So in that way, I mean, the water down back here would be better. What? You could also have a decent... Maybe we should have the volatile production underground from here then. Even more, one more sub-level, why not? Everyone's first base is messy. You don't usually start effectively to plan ahead until your 5th base or so. Says, you know, hypocrisy on the YouTube side. And yeah, I can totally see that. Like, even this is just organically growing and not that well, you know, thought out, to be honest. Oh yeah, so. The vision grows. Yeah, because I was thinking volatiles on this side because we have... I mean, You okay, boy? Yeah, he's doing his stretches. Because the H2 combustor and stuff is on that side, so I was thinking this is close to where I want the output from that being as far as volatiles going. And then... Yeah, so we'll probably have to make a separate freaking structure on that side, but if we do the water, it is actually being produced and then cooled off on that side, so the pipe could go through here, and then we'd have to have our local water tank hang out there. Nice little nook for it and everything. Freaking perfect. You see yourself, well, if we have a large amount of water here, this one could then be a beautiful and wonderful heat sink to then have the water pipe run across the floor, go into all of these, and wherever it's exposed, you know, we have a whole bunch of these radiators and make sure the temperature here remains, you know, acceptable. Currently 33 Celsius, a little high, could be worse. Anyways, I'm on base number, God knows what. I still can't make a non-messy base. At least you're building bigger now. That's very true. Yeah, you can make a messy base, but if it's a very large base and it's like spread out, it doesn't look quite as messy. A compact messy base looks then like absolute chaos. Ball and chain saying on the YouTube side, definitely. One of the major reasons I kept the restarting satisfactory. My brain wanted it to be super organized, so when the base started to look somewhat functional, destroy it all and do it over. I know the feeling, and that is why I like the blueprinting system in that one. And eventually also then you realize that, you know what, it's better to like just build a better base somewhere else. And then we just don't come look at the old base. Unless we come here to, like, dismantle it completely. First build the better base, like over there, where we can enjoy it. And then hide the shame. Better that way. Rebuild over it. Now, if I were to build walls across here, that would allow me to mess around with this space. I would make it easier to turn this into an airlock. I think that could be a good idea. But that is a then kind of issue. So right now, we can do... Oh, not you. Have a look in here, have a look in here, but... Yeah. Wump. Saw that. Hide the train. It's what I do. You know, sometimes you have to build the walls, look, you can't see behind it. Because you have something and it's ugly, but it kind of works. You want to rebuild it, but you don't also want to, you kind of don't. So you just hide it. You don't have to look at it. Well, build something nicer over here. then you can, like, dismantle it. Because dismantling it while disrupting the output in order to rebuild it is just an even bigger pain, I've personally found. So I prefer to hide the shame when I can. Build a bigger building around it, hide it, don't look at it, turn it into an art piece or something. And Bailey's like, well, you're just rushing towards rockets though, so also makes sense. If you know what you want, then you can start building it like all nice and fancy once you get there. Wait. There we go. Mild organization. Now if we do a 1 block airlock, which means the way out would be here. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Of course. Yeah, so that way we'll have water goes in, water goes out. And yeah. Do we have a liquid valve? Of course we heckin' don't. So, because I was thinking that I would want a one-way valve there to make sure that, water goes in but not out. And then water goes there. Do these. And oh, these just take steel. Electronics printer. Wait, how much? 3 steel. So 300 for 100 pieces. I can make that request. And we need a liquid valve to bring in the water. We need a door to turn that into an airlock. We need we have more enough actives and passives. We can even turn this into a quote-unquote stupid one. Oh, I'm out of insulated pipe, I see. We'll make that work. So, God damn it. It's just great. Look at it. It's freaking magical. Absolutely nuts. And yeah, we can... This is input. Like, honestly. There we go. Heckin' perfect. Oh yeah, and this shit needs to be set up as well. What? Internal power and interior gas sensor. Oh, right. Internal target is 85. External, again 0. A pressure has gone to 89, but so that means that one is slowly approaching. Time to do something. Bam. Maybe YouTube issues. Ooh, test. I'm saying it, the issue for rockets for me is, do I do the easy gas engine or try to build a cryo cooler and go for liquid engines? Ooh, that sounds like pretty neat thing to try out. Well, now this annoys the shit out of me. I did not get very far before I got distracted. I wouldn't happen to have any stairs on me. I do, like, yeah. There you go. Fine. There we go. Liquid engines on Europa are easy. Because you have the air to help. Vulcan, I get 127 Celsius. Yeah. The Vulcan is, Europa, I've noticed that is certain bits of, shall we say, chemistry are getting rather easy here. On account of the whole extreme coldness. 1.7 moles of H2O, 8.23 kilopascals. Pressure here is at 66.9. There's even some oxygen in there. All of the liquid. You are water free. And you got like 11 liters of water, that's it. Wow. And this pipe is doing okay, 26.8. And if I run through oh, good thing I didn't. I think, I can just remove that when I get down there. And like, oh wait, no, that's where the door is. That'd be bad. So a clear access down will be this one, actually. And that one. There we go. So this is something I want to turn into an airlock. See, there'll be the pipe in. Then we'll have a vent here. And here we have access to this area, which also needs some more logic. So they can output power when necessary. If not, change their output number based on the comparison of the ratio for the local batteries compared to the ratio we get from the mountain power station. Yeah. There you go. Oh, airlock won me over. So this will be an airlock, and then we'll turn that door into a glass door, I think. Yeah. That'll look heck neat. And this pipe can go, well, do what it needs to do. Yeah, Ball and Chain, thank you so much for the stream and good conversation. See you next time. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Ball and Chain. I really do appreciate it. And welcome again, whenever you find the time. I'm here Sunday to Thursday, through Thursday usually. Sometimes I do a surprise Friday streams as well. But I gotta save the weekends. All the IRL stuff. So steely sheeties. And we do that. That's close. There we go. And now we can turn that into a shitty ass airlock. Easy as pie. I'll just essentially just go in here and manually freaking vent the thing using the powered vent. Oh, we can get the power through there sort of immediately, right? Right? What the f... No, we can't. Through there would be better. Because that one actually has a... No, we gotta pull it from in there. Yeah, that'll be the best. Well, we'll put in an APC and slam a battery in there. The battery will run everything because we want this one to still be linked to the power systems of the greenhouse. Because it is an airlock for the greenhouse. Hey there, Carpet Thighs. Going pretty well. Sounds like a plan. Glad you like it. No proxy on the YouTube side saying, yeah, Vulcan has its challenges, like melting everything during the day. Yeah, seems insane, that place. I'm looking forward to going there and suffering.
Hunger caution.
Oh, we were talking earlier about Hightail and early access games, and wasn't Stationeers early access as well? It certainly seems like, yeah, the development is still ongoing. I kind of feel like putting a frame here, but yeah, okay, yeah, because I was kind of hoping to then eventually like wall this entire space in as well, get it pressurized. We'll probably put some walls here to have these be... I'll put a wall there so they're behind, so you can kind of see the buttons, but they're like kind of neatly hidden away. So yeah, this one is getting the power from the central like spine power system here, from the power mountain over there. And that's why, and we're getting the information of the battery situation from there wirelessly. So we can then have a logic system that based on the ratio that as the local batteries go down, and these would open up their essentially throughput, giving you more and more power. Because these are linked to the, well, other transformers. And parallel transformers can cause a bug that duplicates power. Pom pom pom. Stationeers is still EA. That's what I thought as well, Balin. Still EA since 2017. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they have a vision, they have the budget, they have the team to work on it, and they're getting feedback from players. That's the thing, because the game is finished when they stop working on it with EA games, right? And they're still finding balances, how get the technology to work, how they completely reworked how going to space works with the rockets, all of that. That is why it's kind of like how Stellaris feels like it should kind of in nowadays. If they launched Stellaris, it would still be an EA kind of thing because they keep on like changing how the game works. Though it isn't a lot through the DLCs, but yeah, still a fun game though. I feel like it feels a bit like EA is just a different way to make a game. Because I'm totally okay with having the sort of infinite EA situation going on. Now the power comes from inside and we don't really want to fuck with that. But I'm gonna have to go inside there and check it out. Well, like what the hell's going on with that one at some point. So. Oh, no, you didn't. There. Main problem for Stationeers is it's never made money. Icarus has held the studio up money-wise. Yeah, Rocketworks has all but finished Icarus while this game is still in dev. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, yeah, because it is a question of money, and that is why the EA system is good, because you can sort of like, we've gotten it to a playable state, would people actually enjoy it, how much? Now we can test that through EA, rather than, well, having to gamble everything on just a hunch. Now we're gonna have not you there. And any Paradox Grand strategy game feels like that nowadays. Victoria 3, CK3, EU 4 and 5, yeah. Gotta say, Stationeers is much better. Yeah, Stationeers is amazing. I love it for exactly for what it is. But I do understand how it might not have the sort of like general mass appeal. But I would still hold that if they improved the like first player experience, they probably would sell more. Because that remains for me the biggest issue I have with the game is just figuring out like what the fuck's actually going on. So I wouldn't have gotten half as far as I have in the time I have without the, you know, well, without the help of chat both on YouTube and on Twitch side. Even with me asking for like no backseating, but I'm still getting so much invaluable help on like what is this even, because the game isn't really telling me, or sometimes it's lying to me because it has outdated information still in the game. And no hypocrisy asking me to elaborate. Yeah, because like F and G. You know, very important keybinds, never explained anywhere that I could find. There's mechanics that are not fully explained. There's many things on the Stationpedia that have no entries to explain what exactly it does. So the Stationpedia is very handy as far as I already know what I'm looking for. But if I don't, I'm a brand new player, it's extremely confusing. And I have to go to an external unofficial wiki to find out how the game's mechanics work, what am I supposed to do here, kind of thing. And Stationeer seems more like the passion project, while Icarus is a cash cow, while they're throwing out $30 DLCs. Yeah, well, I'm glad they have their cash cow, if that allows them to slowly but surely keep this thing financed.
Hydration critical.
Oh, come on, boo. We're getting there. Because you gotta remember, like, in my opinion at least, a game should be playable and logical without an external wiki, especially, the wiki itself says that it's the unofficial wiki. The internal game information should give you everything. I don't want to enter a web browser in order to play a game, to Google out information. The game should be giving me all the information I need. I can look into a wiki and other things to do like more advanced, complex things in a game, figure that shit out. But all the game's own mechanics should be here. The Stationpedia exists, so it should have all up-to-date information on all items in the game and also properly and clearly explain what they actually do. Indeed, Stationeer is a niche game for the realistic space sim fans that are reasonably intelligent. Survival crafter sim. Yeah, Grapathize, it is. But I think it would have even more mass appeal because it has such a space for shenanigans and chaos to ensue, funny explosions, oh no, what a mistake I made, and so on. All of that potential is there. But because it takes too many steps for the player to really figure out how the game actually works, what am I actually supposed to do here? So someone who doesn't have access to a community like I do here with all of you lovely people, or might not have English as their first language, or isn't used to the very concept that I would have to go to a freaking wiki, find out stuff for a game. They'll try it, they won't understand what the game is about, how do I even proceed, and then ask for a refund. Because they saw videos on YouTube, they thought, hey, this looks really cool, and then they're like, I don't understand, I don't get it, what the hell, and then refund. So it is it's just also one of these things for just any product really. You have to hook the customer relatively early. So they want to stay and want to keep on struggling and fighting to figure out how does this actually work. And in that one, Stationeers isn't really doing that well, because what really got me into the game and wanted to really give it a go was watching Discount Engineer play this. And I watched him trying to teach Urban how the game works. I saw Percuss get into the game, and he also struggling to figure out wait, what does it do? Why does it feel like it says one thing but then wants another? And that is the sort of the surface where you really determine do you want to keep on playing this game? Will this be worth my time? Is how quickly can I get into? Because the game can be challenging, but the information must never be hidden from the player. It must never be secret. But also you shouldn't drown the player in too much info too fast. Dump walls of text. Because with certain objects, the Stationpedia is really good. There's a little bit of fluff. There's story, there's narrative, and it's effectively pretty clearly still explains what is this object, what does it do, and why does it exist. Whereas in other ones, it's sort of cool, here's the memory block for the logic. It doesn't really explain what it does or how to use it. It just says, here it is. And I'm like, neat. What the fuck is this? Because when I saw it first time, I assumed that I would then, through the other blocks, write into it and then read from it. Not that I would be using screwdrivers or a labeler to put in a value and it would remember that one. I thought it was meant more like a temporary memory because that is how it presents itself. And that should be explained, for example, in the Stationpedia far more clearly. I do agree that the in-game pedia should be completely up to date and the keybind should all be shown in the settings. Plus this description should be useful and not vague or redundant. Yes, Grapathize. And another budget game, one DLC for Stationeers I'd like to see is a cosmetics pack. More walls, lights. Yes, I agree, Bale and Element. That would be fun. Because the base building aspect is very real in this. Or maybe making it, adding more complexity to the painting system and so on would allow for more of the home builders, base designers, base builders to really find even more cool stuff in the game. And to be fair, the painful learning is just part of the fun. Yeah, no, that's fine, but the basics, yeah, they did add more tutorials, tooltips, and redid the Stationpedia. It was worse. Ooh. That's rough. Yeah, the painful learning curve is okay. Watch Noita. People love Noita. It's very obvious how the game works when you just play around a little bit. It's easy to learn, hard to master. That's the thing you want. Easy to learn, hard to master. And currently, hard to master is here, yes. And if you have access to people like you wonderful people or in a community, someone who explains how it works, then it's relatively easy to learn as well. But if I don't have anyone, I just got the game going blind, then it's not easy to learn. And that is where it stumbles. Because the game is amazing. The demographic for the two games are completely different. A very small percentage of gaming population wants to write MIPS in-game for automating. That's very true, but you don't have to either. For those who want to do it, it's here. I love the option that you have. You can do a lot of the automating, use the logic blocks. And that is a wonderful and beautiful design choice that they made. That very much automation can be done using blocks. If you want to do the MIPS for more complex stuff, then it's there as an option. Because a lot of people would probably be very happy with just building really neat looking bases. They don't have to automate Larre. They'll happily farm by hand, maintain everything, just push buttons, make things work, beep them boops, and then build a really cool looking base. And for those who want to get really deep into the automation, here's the MIPS systems. And plus, because there's the workshop where you can save and load codes, so you can just use other people's existing codes. Which is also a genius move. Like, here's a really complex system, but also a really easy way to access pre-made codes by other people. And because you can find it at the workshop, you can then get, you can find the reviews, people saying like, hey, this is a good one, this is worth it. Like, okay, cool, nice. I can just use this to automate my solar panels and I don't really have to worry about it. A memory chip can be written into, Average Gamer says, saying, that's true. Yeah. Hashtag suffercore. Yeah. But that's the thing. It is just the person can go coming in completely blind. Because you have to sort of see you have to see the potential of what the game has to offer and learn some cool tricks very quickly for the game to get its hooks into people. Hanu, for me, I'll keep trying to master / play a game if I understand what went wrong. If I can't, then I'll drop it. Exactly, Palin. You actually, yeah, that's a very good one. Because if you don't understand what went wrong and why, it's frustrating, it feels unfair, and then you wonder, why am I even here? I could be, playing a game that makes sense. That's what I mean. Easy to learn, hard to master. So it is the... I'll hold to it, yeah. If they just improve the first-time player experience, which is a challenge. User experience is an entire field by itself. So it's more easier said than done. I very much am aware of this. But I wish they would spend more time on that one. So we're going to change that battery. We're going to look into our tool belt. We're going to check our labeler, give it a battery. And I can snag this one for the door, which also means we need to make more of those. Throw it in the logic one for now. We need sensors. The very hard part is a lot of the complexity is what makes this game interesting. Yes, Christo Disco. And that's the thing, the complexity is fine. It is just... Well, the complexity is good. That's why once you get over the hump of learning how Stationeers work, it has a very strong, cult audience who love the game and very much enjoy messing around with it. It is that first hump of getting into it that is why it's not commercially successful. That is at least my theory on this. And we need one of these. Because once you get into it, once you learn how the game works, freaking fantastic. And... Oh no, I just said what I needed, and then I got distracted. Sensor. I'll make a few, because we don't need these anyway. Carp that's saying, I haven't purchased Stationeers yet. It is on my radar. One thing I really like is the automation. Yeah. I like hands-free as much as possible in games like this. I also like to be able to dump resources into a single spot, then have all of it be processed automatically and make whatever I want on demand or maintain a specific level of finished goods. Yeah, and I love the fact, yeah, the game doesn't like require that, but it allows for that kind of thing, you know? And the YouTube sign saying, I agree it's a fantastic game with incredible systems. It's just not going to be topping any Steam charts because the demographic for this game is very small. I would agree. I would disagree with that one, another budget gamer. This one actually would have much better demographic. It was easier to get into because I've talked to a lot of people who, for example, in my chat who've been watching the game saying like, this looks really cool, but it's daunting to get into. And then I've seen other who've been like, thinking it's really cool, then they try it and then they don't have fun. Because the game doesn't explain how it works. And that's the tricky part. You have to get over that point where has someone help explain to you how it actually works, or do homework and so on. And a game that requires all of that will not have the same sort of success as everyone else does, because it's people want to play a game to have fun, not to be forced to do homework on, you know, an external, unofficial wiki. Some people enjoy that, and they are very much enjoying the game. But the sort of like general audience usually wants an actual, an actually pleasant gaming experience, if you will. And IMO, the reason I think the moon is harder than Mars is sound. I'd agree, that's one of the reasons, yeah. On Mars you can hear pipes groan and crack. You stop and ask, what's the problem? On the moon you can't hear that, and only see the effects later. I agree with that, Balin. That was very weird, because when I went to Europa, the run, I noticed how much pipes like creak and so on, and I didn't know pipes, like bursting wires made sound. Because my first run on the moon, you know, I went out mining, doing things, I come back, suddenly a part of the base had exploded, I'm like, okay. No, wait, no, I didn't even go far. I was on the other side of the base, and then I go back to where it previously was, and it turns out shit had exploded. I'm like, oh. What the hell? You know? I'm gonna figure it out, what was the issue. But it was interesting to have all kind of shit happen, but not hear it. So in that sense, yeah, Mars might be better than the moon. For a beginner. Alright, let's go make that airlock work first. Okay. Mountain power is full. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring the green cable a lot further this way. But I don't think we need much from there anymore. You would do white cable. You over there. small on Vulcan. If you don't hear groaning pipes, you have an issue. Oh. Nice. Yeah, this also has been a fun game in the sense that it is also helping me get like really inspired to have a closer look at trying to actually properly make like YouTube videos and shit. Because it is a fun challenge trying to make a guide. Also because it'll be a good challenge for you, just your ability to, you know, explain. Oh. There we go. So now we have everything we need for airlock. Shit needs renaming and stuff, but it'll work. We can make a shitty airlock. Okay, and we could pull in the power cable. Ooh, right. Yeah, that's main battery room. That's why the shit ain't working. Okay. But I could go down from here to there. Or can I? Yeah, we do. We go down. A little in. Then we go one step away. We follow this line. Yep, there we go. I can figure it out. This is construction. Not what we need right now. Look into here. Look into purple. Now glass doesn't allow you to go through the sides or the lower corner, so we'll have to do the upper corner. Okay. And here we, yes. Well. Now, of course, if we move the APC to this side, it'll be... Yeah, well, we'll probably have to do that. For now, just want to make sure it gets power, so it at least kind of works. All right. Okay. No, got a big sneeze. There we go. Oh, we don't have any more APCs either. Interesting. Yep. That makes the most sense. And then wire card time. There you go. Doors work again. Wait, no. There we go. Console. Alright. She kind of works already. So we do console. There we go. Makes completely adequate sense. Everything again works. Turn that to configure mode. Turn it off. Internal. Now, just in case I somehow missed the fact that they're completely different types. External 0, internal, aim for a nice even 85. Gas sensor. External, internal, external, internal. There you go. And shit just kind of works. Now here, though... You know, with what we learned of the other airlock, if we make that pipe bigger, we could probably make some interesting shenanigans happen. So if we open this one, there we go. Wrench. Now, Villa 2 should be big enough. Capacity here is for 8,000 liters. Capacity here is for, I do believe, like 200? 260 with that guy. Let's try it out. Output very, very limited. Increase output pipe network capacity or pressure. So we first had an active vent here to like pump in a little bit of the ammo from in here into that one. And then that one would be just putting in some gas. Oh well. Or wait, if I wait. Don't be silly. First we do that. And we'll look inside this here pipe system. Then I remove that one. Huh. Alright. Let's make it A. Same shit with a smaller one. Because first we put in the passive vent. So we get the same pressure inside there as is, you know, here. Then we remove the vent. And then we pump everything from in here into that one and watch it explode. Pressure increases. Wow. I didn't realize. Because now that one has a nice 6.6 megapascal pressure, which is nowhere near the 50 where it starts groaning. But it's a lot higher than 85 kilopascals. So then when I cycle to interior and radiant, you see, never says any like flow rate is maximum. So it fills up nice and quick because it can just suck from that thing having pressure. Hot damn. I didn't realize. That's freaking amazing. That's gonna make my like future airlock so much better. You just need to have that pace, like that passive vent there for a tiny little while, or before you know, code it, use this guy to like manually like suck in some more atmo, raise the pressure, because it went from 85 kilopascals to what was that, 6 megapascals, with one grid of air of atmo at 85. So we could have put in like already like a megapascal or something. It's already like overpressure, then overpressured a little bit more with everything in here, and then it's much easier for the active vent to like just blow it all in. Hot damn. Hot damn indeed. Because that means I've solved the mystery of how do I make this thing work. The only problem is, of course, we don't really need to give a shit currently. Because, well, we're just pumping air out. We can then worry about that thing more when we actually pressurize the other side of that door. Because that'll be like set to be properly
Waste tank
breathable. Oxygen here remains at the minimum, so I say okay. We can dump the air tanky. We forgot to make the hacking one, the liquid pipe valve. So we need to make big liquid pipe valve. We need to make well, we just need to bring volatiles to the Stirling engine so they'll make more water so the water can be cooled down and then eventually pumped into here, because currently the majority of that water is in the living quarters water storage. Can we make insulated tanks for liquids as well? Like inline? Because that might make the whole cooling logic no. We'll figure it out. Okay, so liquid valve. Because once we can bring in more water, then we can put in more of these. This guy's already freaking working perfectly and has no comprehension of how many plants he is dealing with. Well, hello there, Ugla. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Hope you're having a nice day. And that guy also is using batch writer, so he'll write to any and all row lights on the network. Heck and yeah. Making amazing. Got yourself a gardening robot. I do have a glow. The hydroponic Larre. And I had to write the code for him as well. And currently he's just, working like a dream. Now let's take care of our weak animal needs. Then we'll do a mining backpack filled with volatiles, chuck it in the unloader so it can keep feeding into the volatiles tank, ice crusher, yeah. Then we can get some water that way. Now, of course, we could also just crush in a whole bunch of water ice, though. We'll do that as well, because we do want the volatile water production happening. Am I here? Oh, right, yeah. I'm here to get naked. Do a quick little sneaky mega drink. Eat our dry loaf. Stare off into space. Wistfully. And then have a quick little shower. Yep. Everything's on. Like Donkey Kong. Oh yeah. So, liquid valve, come on. I'll remember it this time. Hopefully. A lot of electrical wires in your shower. Very true, Christo Disco. But, that's what you gotta do it if you want lamps and things. And the idea was to have that logic, also add a logic chip, so it would turn the lights on and off when I'm inside and do something with the shower. But I'm not sure what, because it's like an electronic shower. She has an on and off button. I'll figure it out eventually. Right now, we gotta focus. So liquid valve. Oh, need iron. Need a whole bunch of iron, aren't we? No, I don't think steel and silicon. Well, we can make use of those. keep on feeling like, wait, I forgot something important. I got no idea what that would be. Whole bunch of rotten food that needs to be composted. Turned into weird shenanigans. There we go. Whomp. Now, ooh, ice crusher. Ooh, 3 iron. No, wrong button. Ah. There we go. Oh, we got 2 grams of iron. You need 3. Oh, you bastard. There we go. Random freaking chunks of iron. Temperature's going down. It's good to get remain above 800 for this iron to properly melt. Now, did we have those? Do I have one in my pocket, actually? Kit insulated tank. Pipe radiator, small radiator. All these vents. Insulated liquid. And insulated tank. Yeah, no, we don't. Alright. Kit ice crusher. There we go. Yeah, the whole furnace and its access to fuel is also something we need to automate somehow. I mean, frankly, what I need to do is a portable gas tank Mark II. That is something we can go and throw into our gas processing area and just leave, and it'll slowly but surely get filled with fuel. And then we can bring that over to the swamp over to the furnace room, because I'm not currently. I don't see a need to pull in an entire fuel heckin' line. There we go. See, immediately activated. Math is mathin'. Measuring, and it has a maximum pressure measured from here to make sure, that shit don't actually explode. How many moles of volatiles do I have here? Not that many, to be honest. Okay, one more. There we go. Water heat exchanger. Oh, we had one. Ah, yeah. Well. Now we have like so many volatile bits of volatile ice. I keep on thinking like, we need to make a pressure containment room where we can pump in warm volatile gas to melt all the volatiles. No, it wasn't here. It was here. 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 So I might want to cool down the space eventually. I'll combine this with some sort of logic loader where it will, if we have a container like a mining backpack, we put it in there. And the thing will be keep on like pumping out this ice. Until the backpack is full. If nothing else, at least we're emptying up the vending machine a little bit. Not what we're supposed to do, but that's okay. There you go. Yeah. There's mostly only volatiles in there. A whole bunch of nitrites. I kind of feel like maybe we should have also a separate logic system for identifying water. Yep, that'll do. And maybe a door heading out from there as well. Oh well. We'll get there. Oh, just make sure we don't accidentally somehow chuck in the freaking water backpack into the volatile handler. Come on, let me through. There we go. So turn your computer on, put the unstack, the sorter on, and the unloader. There we go. Fuel is being produced. Combustor is combusting. Bustin' be bustin'. And you need a little help. Like upon so. Yeah, okay, there you go. So now this one identifies there's no water in here, so you pump that shit out. These could be most definitely just volume pumps. They don't have no need for me here, freaking turbo pumps, but you know, it is what it is. I guess it started working. Now these start producing extra power. Oh, they will eventually. In the meantime, we can let this thing keep on doing its thing. It'll be fine. Now, one thing I was wondering, like, should I rush the water ice directly in there into the tank or in here? And you know, might as well do it in there actually. Well, what do you know? Needs a grid. Obviously. Shit's getting mega intense. It's time to melt, to crush some water ice. Like a boss. There you go. See, now we have access to this place. Yeah, because the water pipe can then get here and yeah, be linked to this whole silly pipe system. Yeah, so you can have just a side pipe coming down here. Yeah, making perfect. Look at that, empty so fast, and then actually it refills at a sensible speed. It's amazing, man. Now where? There you went. And iron sheets, you're saying? And some coiled cables. There we go. Nice big crushing. No. Oh, yeah, bugger. Alright. We'll make it ugly, but we'll make it work. Here we go. And we do wrench. close all that. Open up atmospherics. First things first, we look at a passive vent being placed right there. There. Because we know it'll only be crushing water ice, so it hasn't got gas output of nitrogen. And, well, the plants don't mind, now do they? Oh. There we go. I could do this, but it will be rather cold. But if I pump it up to here, it'll be what? 10, 14 degrees Celsius? Should be okay for the plants. $16, 20. I guess the only real question is, do we have a unloader? Of course not. I had a freaking refrigerated vending machine. An extra one. Well now. Huh. Does it need to be refrigerated? Most likely not. But it's more fun that way. Oh yeah. Oh, it's not 7 bits of linear. Oh, linear rail, I forgot. Should have left the machine on to churn out some of those. For all of eternity. Another time. I need to build a locker. Now it's gonna take forever to freaking heat up the water. I better realize that, well, if we link up the other pipe system, we can bring in a whole bunch of hot as shit water, though. Also, I was thinking, like, maybe I should have done this to the other tank. Well, at least we're also cooling down the place a little bit with all this relatively cool nitrogen as well. But you know what? I got myself convinced. We'll have to do it. Because that wasn't that many stacks, but that's many liters of water already. And we have to save some of that too. Some of that ice for the other project. With the electrolyzer and the hydrolyzer. So I realized that maybe it'll be more interesting to see if we never feed it any external volatiles. We only feed it water. And then we'll see what it produces. $165 liters. Okay. Ooh, 5 liters in there, you saying? So how do I... Take it out of an electrical backup echo, and inside here we put these Merc cables. And the handy-hand drill. No. There we go. That'll be fine. Now we switch over to these wire cutters. There we go. Shit's working again. Only mildly broke. Yeah, can I? So here, where the system works, I'd probably stick it there, right? I think so. So we'd have it something like this. And there we go, belt, pant, electrical purple cable, use like go. There we go. And then we're gonna want to have a look at wrench and some atmospherics. First the liquids, we'll do the insulated version. There we go. And then on the whole atmospheric side for this shit, we'll just not care. We'll have to, won't we, though? So the nitrogen mines liquefy at these temps. Oh, but if you do that, then yeah, okay, yeah. No, we don't need it to be insulated now, do we? Not at all. Throw you there. Grab those. Back to the nice generics. So now gas goes there, liquid goes here. 2.42 liters of water inside. 11.8 in there. And now if we make sure. There, 0 Celsius.
Hunger caution.
Put in like a row of this. Should be fine. Internal temperature keeps on going down. One more stack. Almost 109 degrees Celsius. So now the machines up here slowly produce more water. Pressure remains for 400, pressure at 40. Wee bit of steam, wee bit of water. Or pressure there is acceptable. Tiny bits of water keeps on leaking in there. Wonderful. Now, Balin saying, now that I have a working idea how the phase change coolers work, I need to rebuild my full systems. I still haven't tried those out even once. Oh, there you go. Ten megapascals of pressure, 27.1 kilomoles of volatiles. That guy's gonna have KVP producing a heck ton of steam for quite a while. Pressure here gets to 4.18 megapascals. It usually doesn't get too high before the purge cycle there is done. So this system, if I wanted it to have run relatively smoothly, would either need one less Stirling engine, I think, or one more of those. Because it never gets the chance to build enough pressure in here before, you know, these start slowly but surely keeps on, you know, sucking everything out. I know, Stirling gens can be placed in series. Each one will drop the temp more and more. Yes, Balin, I know, that's what we'll be doing for the next system, but this one is meant to be a slow and steady to focus on the steady energy production rather than the rapid cooling of the liquid. It's more like just the best of both worlds, or a kind of shitty version of both. The next system we'll be building, well, we're gonna need 2 atmospherics. I do believe we have a insulated tanks ready to go and 1 insulated liquid tank. We're going to use the ice crusher to put water in the liquid tank, then use the electrolyzer to make it produce its output, which should be already pre-mixed to be a perfect fuel. And that one will directly feed into this one, which will be then putting steam into a tank, because we're not sure how quickly everything, and then we'll have a series of Stirlings to cool that shit down rapidly, and so we can get the water back into the tank, and we'll just see what how that works. How long can it run? You'll get the pressure up, give the power gen up too. Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll do that with the next one. Alright, so what we need is 3 Stirling engines and 2 atmospherics. Yep, start with those. Wait. Oh, that temp is already up. Jesus Christ, that shit is hot. So in other words, yeah, we do want to link this to the other water system a little faster than I was expecting. So maybe we try to finish one thing at a time. Now if we look here, we look at the water, we grab the insulated ones, we get our wrench. Yeah, it's way too long, but at least give us visual for... Oh. It was in fact not way too long. Interestingly enough. I built my water pipe. Water in the wrong place. Oh well. Now we go straight up. Straight across. And then into there. Should work.
Hydration critical.
What? The hell is this? There we go.
Hunger critical.
There we go. I got water coming in. One way. That was at 5.2. Wow. This is my new. My blast doors did damage to my thermal resistant tools. It almost burnt the cables in my hand. Oh, wow. That's interesting. New blast door did the damage though. I'm not fully. I don't think I follow. There we go. Okay, so now we can keep on throwing in like ice to cool it down thanks to that system, so that's okay. And so it might be better to have it down here, because then you doing it out there will make us lose a lot of nitrogen. So we're gonna disassemble that whole thing. Annoyingly enough, we're mostly getting freaking oxygen in here. Rather than actual water. For liquid pollution collection, I'm using a frame tank instead of tons of inline tanks. And the door is set to open at noon each day to reset its contents. Ah! So you happened to be there when it did the reset, is I'm assuming. Yeah, it's not getting any water, just gas. Alright, we're taking damage. But we got some water, we got a way to get more water, even if it is a bit spicy, too hot, but that's okay. We have a whole bunch of volatiles, they're doing its volatile business. Alright. Get through here quicker. Boom. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Damn. Mars First Logistics. Super fun game with amazing heckin' music. There we go. Okay, so we grab, and dress. Check. Now some more CO2, it's fine. Okay. We need 2 atmospherics. And then an endless amount of linear rail. Well, make a few, I guess. Now if we look at here and not there. Shit, we need steel no matter what. All right. There we go. Should be the correct ratio. There you go. We should make a unloader sorter combo. Hey, it's already on orange. Well, shit, there's nitrogen in there. Probably came in with the oxygen. Yeah, because its input is outside, just passive vent, and I was melting that freaking ice. Oh well. It'll be a less than perfect. fuel. But it's okay. Better than nothing. Which is all I need right now. Liquid pollution is so effective it makes almost 2,000 liters of liquid pollution a night. I have far more than I can use. Ooh. I don't even know what the fuck you do with that. Oh. What's the pressure you got? See about getting rid of a little bit of that. There we go. My next idea is dump it to an expansion chamber tank and keep that tank's pressure low, 3 megapascal. Okay. A whole bunch of carbon dioxide. All very nice and neat. Hey there, Ganners, lad VTech. Are you ready for a stupid question? Well, of course, there are no stupid questions. Only stupid people. And the only cure is to ask more questions. Nah, it feels a lot more comfortable. If your mother is a lawyer, and she's your mother-in-law... No. She's your mother in, you know, every other way as well. Mother-in-law defines that it is mother only within the confines of the law. Cool. appreciate the effort, though. Good attempt. But if you're trying to refer to her being in-law as in her profession, then would you... The grammar would change to you like your mother is in-law. Deals in-law. Pressure increases, temperature going up. Close that one off. Temperature pressure there has already increased very nicely. And pressure's going down, nice and slow. Temperature remains nice and high. Big ol' heckin' chunks of steel for our Stirling engines, and then an infinity of linear rail. And get things empty. Increase output to 30 liters, input to 1. These are both closed. Everything's flowing in there. Pressure is acceptable. Temperature volumes about 1,000. Yeah. And Stirling engine. We can make, well, frankly, I fucked done with that. Another hunk of steel. There we go. So 3 of these will be 90, left with 800. That'll be a few hundred Stirling linear rail, and that should be enough for most, for our sort of short-term needs, I guess. Now, if we look at you got some silicon. Excellent. Make me a couple more cardboard boxes. Maybe 2 more. Alright, 2 more. So it's a nice even 60. Let's make 5 instead. There we go. Now I do believe we made 2, so 1 more. Oh, they stack. I didn't realize that. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. There. Or, you know, eventually. That should make a few hundred of those. So around 20 plus stacks, which should hopefully be enough. Now, Sterling engine time. Also, if I do this, will it change the song? No. Alright, give me a sec.
Air tank critical.
Fine. There you go. Need more nuke batteries. Yeah. Alright, time to go out and build some crazy shit. Still a lot of volatiles. Oh! Pressure gone all the way up to 7.8. Temp is nice and high. It's 1.24 moles of volatiles there, but they keep on, I guess, burning in there. So that's okay. High pressure. Cool shit. Temperature 125 liters and at 45.6. So, cooling here. Also nice and active. Water here. It's working. Slowly but surely, but it is working. Back later, new vid about the gas DM need to learn. Ooh, nice. Wish you the best, Balin. I lay the mind cozy. Ooh, sorry. Ooh. How's that Europa air? Ooh, it's a bit brisk. A bit crispy out here. Ooh. It's nice, balmy, minus 148 Celsius. One could even call someone to even describe it a bit nippy. Oh, wrong way. Oh well. I think should also be disassembled in order on account of, well, it's relatively silly shit. Atmospherics. Leftmost is water, so you get liquid there. Then we have middle would be or classical atmospherics. We're gonna need more insulated pipes. Keep on forgetting that. Rightmost one has those. Mangy, Angy, Grindy. And the handy really. There you go. Now if we were to build a little piece of madness, where shall we make it so? Yeah, let's go 19 ones. So we got an H2 combustor, electrolyzer. We got a water tank. 1, 2, and 3 Stirling engines. So that. Oh, I'll have to wait. Oh, atmospherics. So if we have here a... or an... It has a single output, so it just puts out pure freaking fuel. Heckin' amazing. Oh my god, the new gas DMs on NOS. Wow. Ooh, I can only imagine. A bit nipply. Yeah, very true, Carpet Eyes. Can get a little bit nipply. You got cut glass. You could cut glass with these bad boys, as they say. It's -6 Celsius where I am at, and that's too cold for me. Not going for Europa anytime soon. Yeah, but then again, no one's really going here. It's a bit prohibitively expensive, you know? You know, if we have the... Oh, sure. So the combustor would be here. Well, it's fine. We'll just change the order a little bit. And the combustor's output goes... because it's gonna be producing all kinds of, like, junk. Not just what we want, but also, like I said, yeah, junk. So we can have a tank here to be a pressure equalizer, essentially. Close those off, open you up, open you, there we go. There we go. An H2 combustor. It's 8 Fahrenheit, -13 Celsius here today, and that's a blizzard is raging. We're supposed to be getting on 18 in 45 centimeters. Ooh, rough. Best used the moon or Mimas. Best used on the moon or Mimas, says Balin. Wow. Seems cool, the new one. New updates coming to the game. Sounds interesting. And absolutely fascinating. Right. And then from here, the gas goes. That is a balancing system. In that sense, Now, electronic parts. I'm glad I made some extra not too long ago. Oh yeah, we now need to get the volatiles into a tank again. Well, it shouldn't be too hard. Got a fuck ton of it right there. And then we'll have to deal with the output. I'm assuming it'll be cold enough then for us to be able to get the water out somehow, hopefully semi-sensibly. Then we'll have a water tank. And the electrolyzer. And I have no idea how efficient it'll be, so we'll have that one there as a, just in case kind of thing. So I need insulated pipes for all kinds of shit. Okay. You gotta remember to be ready to run the fuck away once this thing is turned on.
Hunger caution.
Because this seems like a fun idea, but it also seems like something that's gonna heckin' explode. So there we go, passive liquid drain and everything. All we need is a frickin'... There you go. So throw ice in there, we get freaking nitrogen out. Alright. And there. Oh no, that's just logic. Alright. Did we have pipe valve? Condensation. So, yeah, we'll see how it all works out. We'll get here. The entire system might have to be aggressively rebuilt. We'll find out. A lot of the snow for here, kind of uncommon these days. When I was a kid, this type of storm was common. Yeah, Carpethize. Yeah, I've noticed the same thing. It has to. Best using the moon or Mimas because of the deep miner needs adjustment to its audio file badly. Oh no, it's too heckin' loud. Good to know. They're apparently putting in a new kind of device. Yep, that should still work. There we go. Now we got power. I mean, the lines for this here local system. We need a gas pipe here that like pokes up and then joins these. Now, the idea is cool it down. I'm wondering, should I use insulator or not insulated? Because this thing is here to deal with the fact that this might have a higher output. So I'm gonna have to go, but make the machine make a whole heckin' ton of these freaking insulated gas pipes. Schwam. Oh, and we're gonna need an APC. I wouldn't happen to have what I need to make a station battery. Better would be, I guess, a large one. Oh.
Hydration critical.
Hey, I gotta look inside my... There we go. Linear rail. All the way. And...
Hunger critical.
Yeah. So that's what I need to do, of course, if rather than make any new ones, is dismantle an old big battery and replace it with a larger one. Here's steel. There you go. Go nuts. You are very slow. That's okay. It'll be worth it in the end. There we go. Enjoy a sweet, tasty bread or loaf. And all this dry goodness. There you go. Speaking of, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get myself another drink. See you soon. Hello, I have returned. And yeah, had a proper break there in between as well. Magic Mega Drink. Tiny little extra nom-noms. Oh, 2. And that works for me. Oh. There we go. There you go. Empty box goes away. Oh, I forgot to put a fuse on that one. That's alright. Alright then. Okay. Turn you on. Wait, off. How about a wrench? There we go. There we go. So if I then remove this one. Okay then. Bring up the welder. Followed by the... There we go. Yeah, next time we'll go there. Now I'm gonna get so much more power storage if we just get rid of, you know, all these small ones and replace it with the big ones. They take less space and everything. It's gonna be grand. For now... Yeah, shit is working. Wait. Oh, that's what the cable's. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was to just have a station battery there as well, so we'll be seeing can that thing, the strange loop we'll be building, produce, you know, how much power. We'll be needing a battery. I'm not sacrificing freaking nuclear battery here, though. So... Two large batteries. Come on. Almost there. You got it. Astraloy. Astraloy. 5 grams mass astraloy and you want 10, so that ain't happening. Alright. That's fine. I can steal one from in here. That's gonna work just fine. Frickin' APC, forgot about that one. So many bits and pieces to remember. My pockets are too deep. Keep on forgetting what the heck is inside them. Right. How many are we gonna make? You could make quite a few. Oh, fine. We could wait for them to be actually, you know, done. There we go. Check out backpack. Electronics. We have APC. We got the pipes. We got the filters. We got everything we need. Okay. Electrics can wait. Let's look at the atmospherics first. So what we need is from this guy, all these pipes. There you go. So now there's at least enough volume here for in case this one outputs shit faster than that guy. Then your output. Okay, so gas goes through these three. So it comes out from here. This one's collecting it, so pressure and all that. We might want to put a valve here. In case the whole we'll figure it out. Then it goes in here. This one does its thing. Goes in here. This one does its thing. This one goes here. And it's pretty cool. Goes here, and all liquid currently would go in here. I'm gonna close that for now. So I'm hoping we'd be able to, just get rid of water pretty much. So it doesn't get so cool that the pollutants start liquefying as well. We'll see how it all works out. And we'll use this to make a little bit of water first. This way the electrolyzer okay. That's maybe for the best. You see, I realized, we can't see the front of that thing now, can we? Fine, handle time. Wrench. There we go. Then wrench again. So now water goes here. Five and a 3. Tank perfect. Little tank in between. Now, if we need any logic to drive this, we should hopefully be able to use those to be the housings. Alright, so we're gonna have to make some space though. Which means we bring out the old mining tool. Oh. No freaking cobalt right here? Fine. There we go. Looking into mining some more of those at a later point in time. Now they're all linked to this shit. So now we can have to add some more frames. There we go. Battery. There we go. On the wiry cutters. Electrics, medium. There we go. Right there. Okay, we're gonna have to have separate systems after all, separate wirings after all. Now, we might as well leave this here that goes into the machines. These ones. We'll have to not get in here. Okay. Easier solution than I feared. You see, we connect them. Alright. Maybe want to plug in the hole. around.
Storm incoming.
God damn it. Womp. There we go. There. Now their outputs will be connected to the station battery. And station battery is connected to this guy. And I will in the end cut this shit out so we'll have a nice, simple, separate kind of wire here for these. Do we have a color we might want to play around with? Might as well use logic. And looks like construction. I'll just have to do yep. Wire cutters. I can logic. Come on. Here we go. Gonna have to make a more normal cable pretty soon. So that'll be fun. If nothing else, we can at least get a little bit of ice in here, I hope. 33 liters. One more. Whoa. Pretty wild out there. Whoa. Looks like most of the winter storm fern is gonna miss me. Hope everybody's okay in the bad parts. Yeah, another budget gamer. If it is one of those storms bad enough to get names, anyway, I hope everybody is okay. Keeps on putting in so heckin' much oxygen. Well, temp at 14C is doing okay. So, storm is happening, and we'll wait for that one to run out. We could essentially have a look at just building more of these bad boys, can't we? Especially with 165 liters, we can do a heck of a lot of good stuff. So we look here, logistics, many boxes filled with hacking linear rails. Now,
Hunger caution.
these are all proper linear rail boxes. So where? Oh, right. I put them in the vending machine. They're all doing okay. Wheat 100, wheat 100. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, and then these guys. We're already producing a heck ton of wheat. It's nice. I'm just placing these down here so we can just plonk these in to fill up those holes. Now when we go there, you'll go there. This is where the end is. Okay, so we still go that way. Part of me is tempted also to move this thing. Go like there. That would be... Actually, that is a pretty smart idea, yeah. Then this area here remains more open for shenanigans with rails, but yeah, we'll see. So this will be the end of these. The question, do I want all of this to be nothing but wheat? Which is, I guess, handy in its own way. We do need soybeans to make them soy oils. And, yeah, we'll add a sort of more complex logic eventually. Now, currently there's also a sort of a way back in here. We could have some fields here. There we go. Well, hello there, Knapsor. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. How you're all well? Oh, you're dwarfing your forting. Recursiveness raid. Oh, from Knapsor to Hanno to Knapsor. Actually, no, it's just one raid. How you doing, Knapsor? Nice seeing you. Welcome on in, Raiders. And hello, those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer, and an extremely amateur game developer. Currently doing my best to build an excessively convoluted farm system using the magical powers of Larre. Recursive, let's raid! Hello, Vituri. We're doing well. We got the Fortress 3rd recursive artifact today. Ooh! What's a recursive artifact? Like an artifact about an artifact? Is that what it means? You know, sounds neat, to be honest.
Hydration critical.
Stupid cable getting in the way. Stupid critical hydration. It's an artifact that has an image of itself. Oh! That honestly sounds kind of funny and silly. Now, our fellow needs to have a drink, but before he's allowed to have that, he's gonna have to do some cable pulling.
Hunger critical.
There. Now that actually won't get in the way. So then our planter Larre can go here, go all the way here, turn around, then go all the way here. And then essentially go here, all the way here. All the way here, and all the way there. Which means we're going to have to add some logic where... I mean, hopefully, it already has the logic of if its arm is full and he can't do anything, then it should just head back. But currently, it's just dealing with these wheat trays, and it's already producing like crazy amounts of wheat, so... I might be going just a little overboard. But, you know... There's no mania like megalomania. Yeah. Hey there, Depot. Hope you're doing well. Okay, the storm is over. That's good. I'm doing quite well. Had a good day. Deving in the morning went well. We had our goals. We met them all. And today, nothing too bad has happened in-game. And we're about to have ourselves a silly little experiment which might lead to explosions, hopefully not fatal ones. I think we're all... This is... Oh. Still left with 2% of the bread. Get that hygiene up. Nice and clean. Oh yeah, fresh and so clean. And... moth farts are relatively low already. There we go. Alright. The greenhouse project will have to wait once more. Because first we need to see if our our little funny power slash everything project will do anything extra funny. There we go. Because what I've done here is first use an ice crusher to make ourselves a little bit of water. Then we shall feed the water into a machine. Here, notice the electrolyzer, which splits water into hydrogen and oxygen, and apparently puts them out pre-mixed, which happens to be in the perfect ratio for fuel. So we're turning water into fuel here. We have an extra tiny little tank here just in case. Then we have an H2O combustor, which ignites that fuel and turns it into water. Well, really hot steam and other byproducts. This tank might be a problem, but so far it's here just to make sure that this pipe in between doesn't explode. We'll see if we need to do anything. And these are Stirling engines, which use the temperature difference between the hot gas going in and the outside to make pistons move and make electricity. But in doing so, they cool down the input quite a lot. See, here we have these that are chained together, and they are like slowly but surely cooling down steam and turning it into water and using a sort of convoluted system to filter it out from the other output gases. But they're in a series, so it's a very slow project. These are then chained, which means they will then cool down the output much more aggressively. And the idea is to then the final output will hopefully be cool enough and at such a pressure that the steam will start turning back into water liquid, and then this here condensation valve lets the water go back here and turn back into fuel. The experiment idea is to see, will this cycle be power positive? Will we get electricity out of this, or does this in fact lose power? Or have we found a secret for infinite power here? We're gonna find out. Now I have to make an infinity machine, Hanno. I might have. And around it goes. Yeah, so Hanno, why do you have your advanced furnace in its own room? Because I wanted to... I thought it looked nice. I wanted to have a furnace room. That's pretty much it. And it was easy to have it like just logically like separated from other things. And especially because there's been an explosion or two, in which case it was very handy that it was inside its own room, so nothing else got destroyed. The furnace itself actually survived just fine. Pipes burst and the tanks exploded and violence happened. But the furnace was fine. Explosions in this game? Nah, yeah, never. I mean, and also I am meaning to do another system. I already made like reinforced walls, which are like the most durable walls, which technically we might not need them to be, but I just felt it was thematically like fitting to use super powerful walls for building a containment box around the furnace, because the furnace leaks a lot of heat, and I don't want that to happen to the entire room, which is currently happening. That's why, I haven't actually pressurized the entire base, because the furnace is there and causes trouble. And also because the furnace cools down faster if heat goes away. So if we put it inside a box and fill that box with, say, nitrogen, which is nice inert gas, we know for a fact that won't explode. We could use carbon dioxide. You know what? Anything would be fine, really. But I just think, well, carbon dioxide would probably be what I use, because I have the most of it currently. Nitrogen has better uses, like feeding my plants. And that way, when the heat from the furnace, leaks, it remains inside the box, and then the gases inside remain hot longer. So I need to use less fuel. All of this is theory, but I do know other people have built similar systems. And then we'll have chutes going inside the box with the furnace pretty much. Like I currently have a chute just going in on the side, but then the furnace will be in a box. I think we can have the front of it sticking out, and it'll be fine, because it has the buttons. But then I would also like to then end up automating it further, so that it can then make like requests from my silos of ores, like, hey, I want this alloy. I push a button. The logic of the code checks out what's in the recipe, what do we need, requests, and then it picks them up from the silos, does the correct ratio into the furnace, and then using like the ideal gas law mixing systems like we have here for the actual fuel for like these systems. We have a piece of code controlling, see the ratio there, because we're measuring the temperature of both the input gases, And the outside here being minus 133 Celsius, and that one being at whatever the heck it is, we get the perfect ratio of 2 to 1. Thanks to the magic of math and, you know, physicists. 19 kilomoles, the temperature is 0.89 Celsius. And then we see we get a perfect mixture here of 66.7 to 33.3. Independent of the temperatures. And then this thing is what we're going to do there as well. Burning all of that. We have a one-way valve here just in case. Pressure here is 10 megapascals. Pressure here is... yeah, so that, you know, this gas won't leak back in here, because this thing can then, when it turns off, go cool, but this thing might be just kind of pointless in this whole endeavor. But here we then collect steam. We have a maximum... ooh, it already has 10.1 megapascals of all kinds of nonsense in here. Very nice. 1.01 kilomoles of steam at a temperature of 2050 degrees Celsius. Including oxygen and volatile, so it's kind of on fire in there. And here we have lots of logic controlling to make sure that we have a pressure of 40 megapascals on the input side. And every now and then when it cools down enough and there's no more water in our input gas, we then purge and suck it out. And then, because this thing is getting cooled down constantly, see this one's already 366. We notice that from the symbols that the steam is condensating into water. And here we have a condensation valves collecting it all into this nice little liquid tank. And there we have a cooling system to cool down our water pipes. 177 liters already. Heckin' lovely. In addition to that project, add in a phase change cooler to get the water colder. It'll be a good learning experience for you. Well, Balin, that is one of the things I'm meaning to figure out, is how to mess around with the phase change systems. But currently, I think this one might be a problem. So, because it might be a problem, we're gonna just make it an optional part of the entire logic. Right, we can't do that with that one there, but good thing is it is in fact completely empty. There, nice little gas valve. So now I can remove just like this. The gas can go in and out from there. But in case the pressure doesn't get high enough, we can then just close that, and then whatever, you know, shit will move there. Now the entire thing... oh, and all the Stirling engines will be then generating power, and that power is going into this station battery, which is then fueling this APC, which drives the machines doing the, you know, water into fuel, fuel back into water business. Okay, that can't be. That's not good. Now what we need still is 3 small gas tanks. Small normal gas canisters. So we have to put 60 moles of volatiles in each. Good thing we have a giant tank full of volatiles, so we can snag it from there. And we do have, I believe, yeah, pipe utility gas. Whomp. We're gonna need 3 of these. Okay. And then we're only like measuring 1/2 of the hole. power situation there as well. Oh, and having it like this, like effectively completely separate from my actual grid, we can then, it's much more easy to see, will the battery end up actually charged? Yes or no? And that way we can see, is it like power positive, and the only input that we're giving it is actually just water. So we'll also then see, will we end up with more or less water? How does all that work? And then we'll figure out some way of purging out the gas eventually. I guess it would involve a one-way valve. One-way valve, as we like to call it around here. Well, on this side we don't really care, so it might as well be a passive vent. And then from this one, and yeah, I'm trying to make sure all these pipes are insulated so they don't, so it's not being too affected by what is the actual sort of gas state, like temperature of the environment. So this way we can hopefully see how the system works, and then the system should work the same way in you know, even on hotter or colder places, because we're trying to make sure everything remains insulated. Now, of course, the Stirlings will not cool it down quite as efficiently if it is in a warm environment like Vulcan, because they need the temperature difference with the outside. There's no logic driving any of this currently, so we're just going to be turning it all on and just hoping for the goddamn best. I might want to do something about that at some point, but we do have logic for like mode. I guess we could like batch right, push a button to turn everything on. I hope for the best. Then worst case scenario, push a button, emergency turn it all off. You know, now that I said that out loud, I guess we're gonna have to do that. But first, we need access to these sweet goodies here. Okay, I'm gonna steal this thing. No! No! I was greedy, I dug a hole. Because I want to be able to, you know, add... Nope. My bad. We're not doing that. Because these tanks also have the gas storage. Beepity boopity here. We need one of those. Sure, it can hang out there for now. A voluminous volume pump. Yeah, we can snag power from there, it'll be fine. And the insulated piperoonies. There you go. Now I've got insulated pipe. Gas canister. Change this one to the wiry cutter. Don't need to look at construction, we'd look at electrics. And there we go. Jesus Christ, that music scared me. Well, very quickly got very high. Now the goal is 60 molds. So we're gonna put the volume smaller from 5 to say 2. Seems good. All right, seems good. Oh, shit. I think you go away there. You go there. Go there. On the handrail. Yeah, it's still live there. It'll be fine. Wow. It'll be a good learnings for us, yeah. Into the code transformer. Turn on all devices. Keep the transformer turned off. Yeah, I see that. Though, I mean, I don't need a transformer. I have an APC. I guess I could just turn off the APC. God, stop jumping so insanely powerfully. I don't know why all these strange anti-gravity shenanigans keep on happening. Now, to begin with, we'll do that. Oh, and yeah. Piece of gas. Piece of gas. Yeah, and I was looking at the mole number because we can't really look at the pressure because, you know, temperature differences and all that jazz. And I can turn you on. What? How are you generating? There's literally nothing in the pipe networks. They're making power. Well, 0.3 watt. Non-existent amount, kinda. That's weird. So now I could, yeah, as a can turn. The fuck was that? Oh, it's just you making a clunk sound. Alright, fine. Now I'll turn you on. And you on. Okay. We're not gonna fuck with the condensation valve just yet because I want to see what actually comes out from there. Man, the snow's coming down here fast. It was up to my boots, so I shoveled. Now where I shoveled is a couple of centimeters deep already. Oh man, carpet thighs, I hate that shit. Wibbly wobbly physics. Yes, Knabsor. That's exactly what we're going for here. And yeah, these guys are all powering each other and this thing, so I'm not sure why and how they're working, but I guess it ends up being a pressure difference. Fuel is being made. Pressure is very low. So if I close you off, pressure goes a little higher. Temp here is at 160. -3. -110. Okay. How's the temperature so low? Oh. A whole bunch of water in here. Oh, we ran out of power. There, that'll keep you going. Processing to 0.3 mole. So these are just pipes that'll end up bursting because the temperature's so heckin' low. Temperature keeps falling on this one as well, which is interesting. That one is a few kilopascals of stuff. Temperature here is interestingly only at 700. Why is it so low? Compared to the other machines, 2000. So, increasing pressure is good. That one gets to 300, 100, -58. Still way too low. Temp is increasing. Pressure remains low, but that's okay, because as long as the temp keeps on increasing, okay. Temp is improving. Your output temperature keeps on going down. I don't get it. Why? You know, compared to this guy. His output is like 2000. Input temperature is at -47, so it should be that one, 66.7 to 33.3. Pressure is 15.5 megapascals though, so that might be doing some of... Yeah, so we're running out of gas. 2.14 megapascal. Well, temperatures approaching positives. little too much cooling, yeah. So the second tank here would be at here. So it looks like we can make it work. But three machines is too much because the temperature doesn't get high enough on account of the fuel production being so low. So this is the pressure that we can maintain. 4.93 kilopascals. Which means temperature gets to maybe 500 Celsius, if even that. It's interesting that this one ended up being at... Well, the pressure is good. It goes to down to 100. And this would be a perfect temperature, this one here. Jesus fucking, that was my portable light. Scared me out. Scared me though. Ooh, temperature's falling. Heck. Accidentally threw myself too far.
Hunger caution.
Hmm. Oh, right, there was a warning. Yeah, if you pull out the tank with... Okay, yeah, so all the volatiles just leaked out. Ah, man, I'm stupid. I should have turned them off first. See, now the thing is...
Pop Nemo.
Ah. Ooh, I smell rain. Ooh, put. Yeah, it is Pop Nemo time. But first... We'll see about fixing the logic here. So we look at more insulated pipe. We, well, refill the volatiles pretty much. Oh, and also there you go. She can warm up for a little bit. What I'm doing here is because I'm a little paranoid of having that thing too close. To those, if the tiniest bit of safety distance. Pipes are angry. Yes, they are. Pipes are giving me a frighten. Yeah, we put in some liquid volatiles by accident. Whoops. Alright. Come on, experiment. There we go. Alright, get it up to 60. $40, $50. 60.7. And then we pretty much just try again. Making holes. Temperatures, it keeps on increasing. Oh, no. There we go. You are... The pressure here looks stable. Temperature here's... Now it's increasing. Interestingly... Whoa! And go ahead. Okay, so now the temperature here is going down for some reason. Pressure's going down, that's okay. Going down. Going up. So 4.6 liters.
Hydration critical.
Now the liquid water is getting out. Listening temperature is slowly increasing. $30 plus. 200 something. 669. 670.
Hunger critical.
Here again, pressure remains very stable. We could probably get rid of this here inline tanks. I wasn't sure how much it would output. Apparently not that much. 674. Okay, the temperature is now increasing a little bit. Nice, relatively even 260. Now this one is increasing. As long as it remains cold enough for the steam to turn into water. That battery is not powerful enough. Keeps on like almost working. So we can throw in a nuclear battery. The problem is the nuclear battery is going to suck that thing dry. So I'm going to run in because it doesn't look like it's at any real risk currently. We're going to have to go get a better battery. Well, a normal battery. Because so far it looks like it's not producing enough power to keep itself running. We do that. Do this. Vitals are low. Throw the nuclear one there. Temperature here is at 51 point. Temperature is increasing, but not by too much. Now it's 65 by going down. I guess we can remove the inline tank. Its output remains. Pressure was 157 megapascals. Okay, I think we have found relatively pressure is slowly increasing. And then here we have temperature at 250. So here we have the temperature then slowly increasing. I'm not sure how far it'll go. A single one. We had around 48 liters, I believe, when we started, so... And the battery is almost dead. That was a full fucking battery. Now, only one thing left to do now. Temperature is going down because flow stopped for a little while. This one remains as it should be. Pressure here is a little shitty. Because you're not getting enough power. Required 3.6 megawatts. Actual is on 700 watts. Your required
Health low.
3.6 kilowatts. So otherwise fun system, but it is most definitely not power positive. No. This thing can't keep itself running. And if we leave it on, I'm pretty sure there will be much explosions. You see this temp is already going down, dangerously low. This thing is actually freezing. So all the solution that we have now. Barely made it. Temperature going down. Just trying to freeze. That's now stabilized. Okay. Interesting experiment. Now we know it don't work. Interestingly enough, well, there's one more thing we need to try, of course. What if we had two electrolyzers? Then again, I guess before I do that, I should have a closer look at the wiki, because it does say, you know, what the conversion ratio here is. Because obviously one of these is not enough to keep one of these running at a decent pressure. But if nothing else, if you combine this loop with that loop, you'll be able to just keep it going for longer. So if you're just using your, say, just using a Stirling engine to make power, for that you can extend the usefulness of volatiles by collecting the water you get out and then, you know, supplementing with that into the system. So that I do believe would work. Yeah, would work just fine. Now, I'll put these there. And let's run back into the house. Opa. That we jumped all the way over here. Oh, it still has a little bit of fuel left. But it is interesting, so...
Health critical.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it is actually 24%. Oh...
Waste tank caution.
Okay. I forgot how quickly it goes down when both your hunger and your thirst are at 0. Your house will be... It is, Knapsaur. But it is because I keep on building... like, roofs. All kind of stuff. Along my entire, like production facilities, if you will.
Hunger caution.
Alright, now we have drank. And you see, I have a stacker here set for 200, so that I can have my flowers already stacked to 200. So I can just make bread easy. The oil is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the only one I need to be careful now with, because we are like pre-made bread, freaking flour sacks. Well, health is growing again, so that's nice. There we go. Now, baling element saying here, a little too much cooling, and the H2 combusted gives off heat. Most of the heat is through its gas, the rest through its body. And also the electrolyzer consumes heat from its environment to do its work. I did not know that, baling. So in other words, those two should be in a room with each other with some emergency cooling. Because I'm assuming it still has the auto ignition thing, and we don't want that room to reach 2000 degrees just like that. So the electrolyzer might be more efficient if it wasn't so fucking cold, which is good to know. So build a large room around the two. That way there's larger amount of like, atmosphere for them to do the exchange in. We might even suck out a vacuum, throw in a whole bunch of pollutant ice, let them deal with that. For the whole more efficient temperature back and forth. You know, I say that just as a whoop, but shit, that could actually work. I could. So, needs more testing. But like I said, you can prolong your volatile fuel for energy production through the Stirling engines that way. Except for the fact that, yeah, it wasn't very fuel efficient. Though it did show how you can then cool with Stirlings and change very, very efficiently the output from a combustor if the goal is purely to produce water. So my earlier production system that I got there, for example, we could make some very efficient and good changes to it. But it has been over 8 hours, and I need to go walk my doggos. So we are no longer, now our health is back about 50%. We almost died, thanks to curiosity. Our greenhouse automation is now not perfect, but functional. And we have all the linear rail bits and pieces we need to build a very long rail for Larry, so he can with one like loop go through all of it. But the code needs more changes then to deal with that, so that it would recognize. I mean, theory it already has that, so we'll see how that works out. Have a good night, thank you, Carpathize. So I'm gonna save the game and raid you all out. That was a fun one. Very much enjoyed today's stationeering. Curiosity almost killed the Hannu. It is very true. Space Hannu almost died. We're doing this. Acceptable music, I guess, for the whole raid debate is. Now let's see who's out and who's about. And we change the scene to make sure if anyone comes to have a look, they'll know what's going on, because the stream is ending. Well, thank you for the raid, Knapsaur, and thank you for hanging out. Always appreciate it. Always a good time. Now let's see what's going on. What are people doing? Well, there are people playing Stationeers, but not that many speak English. So, you know what? We're going to raid Coffee and Code because we haven't given him a raid in a while. And he's playing another most fantastic survival crafter known as Vintage Story. At least according to his text, yep, he's still playing it. Nice. Time for foods? Yes, indeed it is, Knabzor. Yes, indeed it is. We'll be starting the raid that way, just like so. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. I'll be back tomorrow with more game dev, followed by gaming. And the gaming in question is something we'll find out when they happen, if nothing else. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chatting, everyone on the Twitch and on the YouTube side. It's been a blast. Thank you for the streams, trying to fun. Well, thank you for looking and watching, Arshag. I really do appreciate it. So I'll be seeing you around, maybe tomorrow, maybe not. But until then, my friends, stay awesome. Ta-ta.